Welcome, everybody, to the grand finale for the Winter of Champions tournament. And we have had 7 weeks of Swiss round action leading up to this point, and it all comes down to this. And these players have been playing their hearts out, doing their best to make it to this point, and I hope you all are excited. So, joining me today, we have Ethan. How you doing today?
Good. What's up, John?
All right, doing good. Ben, how you doing?
Hey John, I'm doing pretty good.
Excellent. And I'm sure you guys all recognize Zahn. How you doing, Zahn?
Good.
All the way from
nice to see
Singapore.
everybody.
All right.
Yep.
Well, thank you all for joining me in commentary today. And before we get things kicked off here, I just want to thank Restoration Games for supporting and sponsoring these amazing events. They're really an incredible way to bring the community together and just all join in this game that we all love, and it's really something special. So thank you so much for all your support and just developing such a great game. And thank you to Vorpal Board. They are very supportive of everything we do in the tournament scene here and giving us this awesome platform to play on and to showcase everything with full art and whatnot. It works out really well, and they're really supportive of everything we're doing. So thank you to the Vorpal guys. Thank you to all the players who participated, because obviously this tournament would be nothing without them. And they've all done an amazing job just putting all the work and effort into playing these games. It's a lot to ask, but everyone's been great. And of course, thank you to all the viewers for checking it out and joining us today, because, you know, the streams are nothing without all of you. So we really appreciate everybody who's been a part of this event, and it's really something special to be here commentating today. But now that that is said, let's get into a little bit of talk about the tourney format. I briefly mentioned it was 7 weeks of Swiss that led us here. So players had to play 1 match per week, and then points were tallied. And at the end of the 7-week Swiss, we cut to the top 8 for a single elimination bracket. So the quarterfinal matches for the top 8 were played throughout the week, and it was elimination, so unfortunately half of them are out at this point, but we are left with 4 remaining semifinalists. So what we're about to see here now is going to be Chadicular versus Caesar. Both fantastic players, and I know they had actually played against each other already in Swiss, and Chad did come out on top for that one. So we're going to see if Chad can put Caesar in his place yet again, or if Caesar is going to come back with a vengeance, which I'm sure that's what he's looking to do. But with that said, Ethan, what do you think? Do you have a favorite in this matchup here?
So yeah, Chad is he's tied and tested as far as tournament play goes. He was the winner of the release rumble, correct? So he has good.
He was
tournament play, or runner-up rather. Sorry, semifinalist for the release rumble. But Caesar's had a tough run in the tournament. He's proven that he can beat difficult opponents. I mean, he beat Baked Goods to qualify for top 8. And he is qualified for the semifinals, so he's obviously knows what he's doing. So not a player to take lightly.
Definitely. How about you, Ben? Do you got a favorite here? Who do you think's gonna take this?
I think it all depends on the pick ban. I think Chad can definitely have a decent, if he gets a decent follower pick against, maybe a leader pick, he can definitely win. But I think it's definitely a toss-up. Just depends on how that shakes out.
Yeah, both of these players are amazing, obviously, to get to this point, so it really is anybody's game. But Zahn, I know you've practiced quite a bit with Caesar, so who's your favorite here? Who do you think's going to take it?
Well, I'm definitely hoping Caesar takes it and goes all the way right to the end and wins it all. He's so I played with him a couple of times before the whole tournament started. And I noticed that he does have very good fundamentals, and he has also that competitive eye, so he knows how to spot win conditions and sticks to it. And then I was like, hey, I just told him you should join the upcoming tournament. You would go far. And during the tournament, I basically just shared all my strategies with him, like how he's supposed to do this, my entire pick ban draft. And Yep, really happy to see him use it successfully against me too. And he kicked me out. Yeah. But yeah, I'm really happy to see him here, and I really hope he goes all the way through.
That's right. Yeah, you guys played just last round in the quarterfinals in the knockout bracket.
Yep.
So very interesting story there. So it's basically, the apprentice has become the master in a way. And
Yeah.
that's really cool to see. And funny enough, me and Chad actually are big-time practice partners for this event. So we almost have apprentice versus apprentice, me and you, Sojourne. So that's really cool. But yeah, it's going to be anybody's game. Both are very strong players, and I can't wait to see who comes out on top. Now, as far as the pick ban goes, Ben, you had mentioned that you think it all comes down to the pick ban, and that is very important. So for anybody who's unfamiliar with the tournament format we're using, or the match format, you're going to roll a die, basically determine who is the leader and the follower. The leader will be the first one who will choose one of the available fighters out of all the released fighters so far. And then the follower will pick one, and then back to the leader, back to the follower. So they take turns picking fighters until they each have 3 fighters. Then they're each going to do a ban of one of the opponent's fighters, and that fighter cannot be used in this match. So they're both left with 2 fighters remaining, and then you have to get a win with each of your fighters, and you cannot replay a fighter that you've currently won with. So you have to win with both of them. So if you get counterpicked, what we call, if your opponent picks fighters that are specifically good into one of your fighters that you previously picked, you might not be able to get a win with that fighter because they had counterpicked you. So there's a lot of strategy that goes into the whole pick ban phase, and it really does set the tone for the rest of the match. It's almost like chess openings in a way. Obviously, you still need good play throughout in order to come out on top, and there can be upsets, of course, with smart map picks and unique strategies to overcome otherwise matchups that would be disadvantageous for you. So anything can really happen, but the pick ban does set the tone, so we're really going to see a big impact there. Now, as far as the pick ban goes, Ben, do you have any idea who these players might, lean towards picking?
Well, anyone who's been following the tournament knows that Chadicular is very partial to Bloody Mary. So I would not be surprised if he picked Bloody Mary. I think it's more likely he goes Bloody Mary if he's follower, because Bloody Mary has a really good matchup into, say, Yanenga. Bloody Mary is one of the few known counters to Yanenga. So I think it's sort of Chad wants to be follower if he's going to be going for that.
Yeah, I would agree. Yanenga's been the talk of the town, with the Winter of Champions, and along with Sun Wukong, and really all of Battle of Legends Volume 2 is very relevant. So the previous tournament we did was the Release Rumble, which only included Battle of Legends Volume 2, and then with this one we opened it up and added them to the full roster. So it's everybody from Summer of Legends returning with the new Battle of Legends Volume 2, and they're all very relevant. So I do agree, Ben. I think if Chad's follower will probably see a Bloody Mary pick from him, and he'll get to show off his expertise. So I'm really hoping we do get to see that. Now, Zahn, what do you think Caesar's looking for as far as the pick ban goes?
Well, I did prep him with to expect a Bloody Mary from Chad. So I think one thing that's interesting about these 2 players especially is that they made their mark in the Release Rumble, which means they are much more experienced with the Volume 2 characters. It's the same case for Caesar as well. He's pretty familiar with Achilles, so if he does have a chance, he might bring out Achilles as a kind of like solid player. So especially if he's a follower, I would expect an Achilles pick.
Yeah. Achilles is kind of a wild card, in my opinion, with this whole tournament and the whole meta. I mean, he really can take down a lot of the heavy hitters and the popular fighters, but then again, he can also lose to some obscure picks. So he's kind of out there, very volatile, I would say, but incredibly powerful if things go his way. And now, Ethan, do you think we're going to end up seeing a Sun Wukong counter pick anywhere in here?
That's very possible. Chad is a pretty dynamic drafter, so he's not afraid to do wild things like the Bloody Mary. He's also comfortable with Wukong, like Zahn said. He kind of made his name for himself in the Release Rumble tournament, so he is comfortable with those characters. I've also seen him do some crazy things. I was looking at his previous tournament picks on League, and he busted out first pick Robin Hood in a couple of games, so he's not afraid to do something that's a little bit more risky. And yeah, I'm all about that. I'm like to see the exciting picks.
Yeah, definitely. I think everybody would agree there with, we love seeing fun out there picks out of the box that really throw things off. And sometimes that's what you need in order to come out on top, because with the caliber that these players are, you know, sometimes you need a trick up your sleeve, right? You can either try to go for more of an even ground, you know, in the pick ban and just try to use your skill to come out on top. But of course, when your opponent is just as skilled as you are, sometimes you need to pull out something unorthodox in order to catch them off guard. Because experience plays a huge role in any matchup. You really, if you've played the matchup at least one time, you're going to be so much better off than if you have not played it at all. Because you learn a lot even through a single play of a matchup. So it's going to be very important. I think both of these players do have pretty good experience, though, in a wide range of matchups. So it's not going to be easy, I don't think, to find any tricks. But we'll see if they can do it. Now, they should be going through the pick ban right now. But for anybody who has not seen this game, you may be new to what's going on. So we do have a short video that we can show you guys just explaining the basics of the game, how it works, and what it's all about. So why don't we give you guys a quick taste of Unmatched.
Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals.
All right, so there you have it. That's Unmatched in a nutshell. It's really, the best thing about Unmatched is that it's so easy to pick up and play for the first time and just have a blast, right? You see this wide roster of fighters like Alice from Alice in Wonderland, or King Arthur, or Bigfoot, or Robin Hood. You know, there's all these really cool fighters that draw people in. Even some of the IP fighters, like there's the Buffy the Vampire Slayer set if you are a Buffy fan, or Jurassic Park, there's the Raptors that you can play as. And there's just all these really cool fighters. And so it's very easy to pick up and play and have a blast. And then if you want to dive into the competitive scene, it's got so much depth to it. It's easy to learn and very hard to master. So there's just so much depth to this game, and I think that's part of the reason we all love it. On top of course, you know, the amazing artwork and everything, Restoration Games does so much great work, and they really put their heart and soul into this game. So it's very incredible. I would recommend, if any of you have not played this game yet, definitely go try it out. But it looks...
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so it looks like while we were showing you guys that video, we did get some fighter picks in here. So let's take a look at those, and we can discuss what they're going to be. Those should be
Do we
pulling
know
up
who
on
got the first pick?
it looks like Chad ended up as leader.
Okay.
So I wonder if Chad chose leader or if Caesar won the die roll and gave it to him. But there we see Chad's picks there. So he's going with, wow, it's going to be Sherlock, Wukong, and Sinbad as leader.
No Bloody Mary.
No Bloody Mary. We're not going to get to see his
Yep.
famous fighter here. Oh, looking at Caesar, he's got Medusa, Yanenga, and Achilles. So...
Yep, this is exactly what we prepared for.
Was it really? Excellent.
Yep.
Now, I'm surprised that Chad didn't choose to go Yanenga. I guess he really was threatened enough from, you know, a Sinbad pick on the other end and potentially Bloody Mary that he didn't feel comfortable picking Yanenga. So that's very surprising. I think Sherlock and Medusa are pretty well-known picks at this point. Everybody usually picks them at least to draw the ban, if nothing else. But when you throw in a fighter like Sinbad into the mix against a Yananga on the opposing side, Sinbad just has such a good matchup against Yananga that oftentimes you'll see players ban the Sinbad if they have Yananga on their roster. Now, Ethan, do you think we're going to see the Sinbad ban here?
That's a tough call. I think he might try and let it through because I think he wants to try and take the Achilles into the Sinbad because they both kind of like to just run up to you and throw hands. So Sinbad is going to ramp up through his Voyage cards. So as he plays the Voyage cards throughout the game, their damage is going to increase up to 7 Voyages that he has in his hand, so a max of 9 damage off the Voyage cards. Achilles, on the other hand, he wants to kill off Patroclus, become enraged, and also start swinging for a lot of damage. So they both kind of ramp up. Achilles is kind of flips a switch where Sinbad is ramping up over the duration of the game. So they both like to kind of get in there and scrap a little bit. I think you're probably going to see the Sherlock ban, though, from Caesar. It's just the guy has an insane win rate when he doesn't get banned. Just make the whole match easier on yourself and just ban him out, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I think that seems reasonable. Sherlock is just so strong. He's usually an auto ban in many cases. But Ben, are you agreeing here? Do you think we're going to see the Sherlock ban?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Caesar's crazy enough to try what I tried against you on Thursday night. So, even though his 3 picks, I think, are some of the few fighters that can do decent into Sherlock.
Okay.
None of them are hard counters.
What do we think about the spicy second pick Sun Wukong for Chad, though? I think that's a little bit interesting.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting because that almost leaves him open to being double counterpicked by Caesar in the form of that Yananga and potentially even a Robin Hood pick. I know Robin Hood's very strong into Wukong, same with Bruce Lee, but it almost seems like a pivot because it looks like the Yananga was chosen to counter the Wukong, and then the Sinbad was chosen to counter the Yananga, and then Achilles chosen potentially to counter the Sinbad. So,
Right.
Zahn, is this? Do you have any insight based on your guys' prep work that you think? What do you think the band's gonna look like?
Caesar's actually okay playing Achilles into Sherlock. So
Okay.
Oh.
yeah.
Now, is this a secret tech that you guys have prepped?
We're most likely going to see a Sinbad ban here, I would think. But he's probably considering it now because, yeah, Caesar's he is very comfortable with Achilles, and yeah, but it is very difficult going up against Sherlock.
Right.
But I think with follower, he might be able to choose a small map and apply pressure immediately. But it really depends on what Achilles draw because, as we all know, going up against Sherlock, you need aggression. And, well, if you're Achilles and you don't draw aggressive cards, then, well, that's too bad.
Yep. And so that just amplifies what I said before, right? About Achilles being volatile in nature. His card draw determines a lot of how he's going to play throughout that individual game, and it can widely vary between game to game. So Achilles is going to need some good card draw on his end, and then same against Sherlock, it's just amplified because Sherlock is very punishing to any non-aggressive starts. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think, who do we think Chad's going to ban? Because if he would assume that Sinbad is banned, which he might because of the Yananga, that leaves him with Sherlock and Wukong, which in that case, do we think we're going to see the Medusa ban? I think that seems likely, even regardless of whether his Sherlock or Sinbad are banned. I think we're probably going to see a Medusa ban come out from Chad.
I think that's entirely likely. Because Medusa does well into Wukong, Medusa does decent into Sherlock, and I mean, even though Sinbad can do well into Medusa, it's still a tough matchup.
Yeah, Medusa's special ability, the 1 damage to an opposing fighter in her zone at the start of the turn, is just an easy way to delete clones that Sun Wukong wants to spawn. So if you're anticipating that character getting through, that's probably why it's your most challenging matchup. Yananga has the Stallion Charge, which can let her kind of run through the clones and deal damage to them for free, but that also involves you positioning them together, whereas Medusa, if she just starts her turn in the same spot or same area as one of those clones, they're just automatically dead to her passive ability.
Yep, great points there. So we're going to assume Medusa's banned. from Chad, and now that almost makes it easier for Caesar, right? He can assume that Yanenga and Achilles are going to be left up on his side. So with that information known, I wonder if that's going to influence his ban. But again, I think there can be an argument made for Sinbad and Sherlock, like we've discussed. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Caesar chooses to navigate this. And Zahn, if you guys have, prepped for the Achilles into Sherlock, I think we might see the Sinbad ban just to give Yanenga an easier time, because she can definitely take on Sherlock. And especially as follower, like you had mentioned, Zahn, that's going to give Caesar the tools he needs to be aggressive, since he gets the first map and starting position choice. So
Yep.
let's go ahead and see. Oh, go ahead.
One other thing that Caesar is kind of prepared for is also he kind of knows that Chad it's very well versed both playing with and against Yanenga, because he kind of knows that Chad is a frequent practice partner of yours, John, and you have been playing a lot of Yanenga, so
Yep.
most likely, yeah, we won't see Chad banning Yanenga. He'll be happy to go up against Yanenga. So Caesar has kind of prepared, like going to this knowing that Medusa is going to be banned, especially when he sees Wukong.
Yep, I agree. So let's go ahead and see the bans. Oh, I guess they are still working on the bans currently. And okay, so while they're working on
There we
that,
go.
do we have them in?
We got
They got it.
Yep.
We are right.
All right, yep. So the Medusa was banned from Caesar unexpectedly, or not unexpectedly, but unsurprisingly. And then the Sinbad ban, we did see that. So Zahn, you were right. Caesar is going to be comfortable going up against Sherlock here. So it's going to be very interesting. Sherlock is widely considered to be one of, if not the best fighter in the game, and he's incredibly frustrating to play against. But Caesar must be ready, so we'll see how this works out. And I think the pick ban here is probably pretty even. That Wukong can give Achilles a lot of trouble, but Yanenga can definitely handle Wukong, and then Sherlock could be beat by either of the two, but obviously could win against either of the two. So with that stuff said, do you think, Ethan, who do you think Caesar is going to lead with in game one, since he's going to get that map and position pick?
I think he is kind of in a position where he needs to lead with Achilles, because if the whole aim of this draft is to force the aggression onto that Sherlock pick, you need to make sure that those fighters find each other in combat. So if he holds Achilles for the second game and Chad pulls the Sherlock out game one and he misses the opportunity to do that, then his draft is kind of a waste. So I feel like he's in a position where he has to pick it first. He's also, I believe he's follower, so he does get map, choice, and starting position. So you want to use your biggest advantage possible to force that matchup and try and get a dub as fast as you can.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And hypothetically, if Caesar were to lead with Yanenga and get the win into either of the fighters, then Yanenga's off the table. Now Chad can go ahead and play Sherlock into Achilles, so then Sherlock would have the advantage with the map and position in that matchup, which is really going to hurt Achilles' chances. And if we're going to assume that Wukong into Achilles is almost a dead matchup, right, like Wukong is so heavily favored in that one, then he doesn't really care about map and position pick for that particular matchup. So in that case, I do agree with you, Ethan. I think Caesar will probably lead with Achilles, and if he runs into Wukong, he's going to take the loss there, and then he'll go up with Achilles into Sherlock. So I think it's quite likely that we see probably a 2-0 scenario in this match, regardless of who comes out on top.
Yeah, I think a lot is going to boil down to this first game and seeing how well Achilles can put the pressure on, because if Achilles doesn't get his win versus Sherlock and he's forced to fight into Wukong, that's an uphill battle from the get-go. He has a really hard time getting through Wukong's clone wall, so to speak, as we like to call it. So just the constant spawning of clones, he just has no way to really punch through them and get to the main character. So Yeah, it's really going to boil down to how well he can push the aggression here, what map he chooses, and if he can draw well enough to put pressure on Sherlock early.
Yep. But Zahn, like you had mentioned, they're both.
Pick a small bet, yeah.
What was that? Like you
Yeah,
had
he's
mentioned,
most
Zahn.
likely going to pick a small map. Yeah.
A small map, yep. Yeah, so he can push the aggression.
Yeah.
And they were both players in the release Rumble, though, so I wonder if Caesar might be able to pull out a win with the Achilles into Wukong, right? We can't count him out on that because it is a very uphill matchup, but I have seen it done before. And so, you know, he definitely might be able to pull out a win, an upset win that could change everything. But we're going to have to wait and find out. So let's check out the map bans. It looks like the bans were Baskerville and Sarpedon. So I don't think the maps play too much of a role in any of these matchups. I think Yanenga being ranged would probably care the most. And like you had mentioned, Zahn, just tight maps are going to be good for Achilles. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Caesar banned Sarpedon because it was really big. And or potentially he banned the Baskerville too because of the passageways. But let's see what it's going to be game one. It looks like it's going to be Wukong versus Yanenga. So that's really interesting because I do think Yanenga was obviously the easier first pick, right? I think she can get a win against either of these two for Caesar. But it might spell some trouble in the long run with the Achilles. But let's go ahead and check out the decks so we can talk a little bit about that. And we're going to start off with Sun Wukong. So, Ben, you want to go ahead and run us through Sun Wukong here?
Yeah, so Sun Wukong, just like in the legend, he wants to be very tricksy. He wants to sort of make your opponent think twice about what they're doing against him. So he has his sort of major cards are Ox Form, which is a big 7-value attack. It can't be canceled, and if your opponent blocks it, they can choose to boost their block and, you know, take less damage. So then why wouldn't you want to just always block Wukong's attack? Well, he has Rui Jingobang, which is a 0-value attack, but if your opponent blocks it, then you get a free 4-value attack against your opponent. So you're sort of forcing them to spend two cards there, where the first one was kind of useless. So Wukong's sort of all about, you know, tricking your opponent with your attacks and making them take guesses when they don't want to. And then he has a few other important cards. He has 3 form cards. Ox Form we already talked about. Phoenix Form, which can heal Wukong for each clone on the board. And then the last form is Tortoise Form, which is a defense that your opponent can boost over. And he has 72 transformations, which can pull these forms back. And I mentioned the clones. He can, at the start of each turn, he can take 1 damage and make a clone, which is just a 1 health sidekick, but it's essentially the same thing as Wukong. So he can sort of have very good board control, despite being a melee fighter. Anyone have anything else they want to bring up here? As we mentioned earlier, Wukong does have a bit of an uphill matchup into Yanenga being doubled ranged.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The range is really the big issue, right? Because Wukong likes to hide behind his clone wall, as we mentioned, and Yanenga can just shoot over it with her or the archers. So that's a lot of board presence that she can hit almost any zone at any time. So Wukong can't hide as easily. So although it is uphill for Wukong, I think it's not the worst thing because he does have a lot of strong attacks and mix-ups that he can do that Yanenga still has to deal with, as every other fighter does. So let's go ahead and take a look, though, at Yanenga's deck here. Now, Zahn, as you had mentioned, I've been playing a lot of Yanenga. She's probably my new main, the fighter I've played the most as of late. And basically, Yanenga's whole thing is that she has their archers, which are 2 health sidekicks instead of 1. Oftentimes you see multiple token sidekicks with a single health, so if they take any amount of damage, they're removed from the board. But the archers are a little more durable. And that comes in handy a lot with certain things like Medusa's ability, and it lets them defend a lot more reliably as well, because if the opponent hits for 1 damage over, they're still going to survive that combat. So she basically uses the archers as an extension for her ranged attacks, as well as her ability lets her divvy up any damage dealt to her into her archers as long as they're in the same zone. So it's really very tactical in terms of positioning, because there's a lot of choices to be made for whether or not Yanenga wants the archers in her zone or in a separate zone to spread out and cover more of the board. But looking at some of the key cards, this Rain of Arrows is one of the new bonus attacks. So it basically is 2 attacks in one. The first part is going to be the Rain of Arrows, just a blank 3, and then the second part is going to be Volley. So the opponent is going to have to spend 2 defense cards against this single card, which is incredibly powerful and a lot of value. Now, of course, if it's fainted or canceled, the after combat effect will not trigger to initiate that second volley attack. So there is counterplay, but Wukong specifically does not have any cancels. So Yanenga can guarantee that the Rain of Arrows is always going to hit both attacks. And then looking at Surprise Volley, it's a very versatile card because you can either return an archer when you use it and the archer becomes the attacker, or you can gain an action. So it can be used as sort of a combo card to chain together actions and get a flurry of attacks in a single turn, or you can use it to bring back your archers as, again, an extension of your health pool, or just more map coverage. And then looking at Master of the Hunt, the scheme there, that just simply gains 2 actions. So you get 2 actions in a turn, so when you play Master of the Hunt, it essentially just resets your turn. And that's incredibly powerful, again, for combo turns and stringing together a lot of attacks. And then One with the Land is going to help you with your health pool, because it lets you move your fighters, and then everybody recovers 1 health on your team, and then you're going to draw a card. So it's basically a maneuver plus healing. And if Yanenga has dispersed some damage onto the archers, this can essentially become upwards of 3 healing, which is incredibly powerful. And then Stallion Charge is really, I think, going to be the key card in this particular matchup, because it lets Yanenga move up to 5 spaces, and she can move through opposing fighters and then deal 1 damage to each opposing fighter she moved through. So if Wukong is surrounded by clones or has kind of a clump of them close by, Yanenga can attack somebody far away because of her range with the Stallion Charge, and then she can use the Stallion to move through everybody that's close by and essentially just get a free kill on all of the clones that she moves through. So it's incredibly impactful in this matchup, and it's really going to help out Yanenga against Wukong especially.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. We see a lot of, as we were discussing pre-draft, a lot of Volume 2 fighters. Like we said, these guys are both very comfortable with the Volume 2 fighters. These 2 ones in particular are lacking the common feint card in their deck. So that's a 2-value versatile card that can cancel effects. Neither fighter has a feint in their deck for this matchup. So a lot of mind games, a lot of switch-ups. You can heavily play around the effects of your cards because you know that they're almost always going to be going off, except for some very particular circumstances.
Yep, definitely.
I will say about the Stallion Charge, it forces Wukong to spread out his clones as much as possible, which normally he doesn't want to do, as we said with the clone wall. But if Wukong can spread them out enough, there's definitely a chance that he can deny Yanenga value out of the Stallion Charge.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be all about positioning for Wukong. He's going to have to constantly play around that Stallion Charge, which it just makes things difficult. It's kind of like cognitive overload in a way, because not only are you thinking about your normal positioning with Wukong himself and thinking about the combat interactions and what's in your hand, what could be in your opponent's hand, but there's just that added layer of positioning that you have to worry about and constantly play around. And if you slip up even a single time at this level of play, that can make all the difference. So Caesar really is going to have to be careful, or Chad, sorry, is going to have to be careful of that Stallion Charge so he doesn't get punished.
Yeah, very tricky to do. It's just, yeah, the presence or lack thereof, even just the thought of the Stallion coming out just, yeah, forces you to play a lot more passively than he would like to with the clones. He can't really surround them and kind of be the relentless clone barrage that he would like it to be. You're just always playing a little bit more spread out than you'd like to avoid any devastating Stallion charges coming through.
Yep. So it looks like the players are set up and ready to go. Before we go into it, though, it looks like we got the map they're going to be playing is going to be, looks like Marmaril.
Huh.
So
Lots of space for Wukong to hide.
yeah, looking at Marmaril here, so Caesar got the choice because he was the follower. So I'm really not surprised, I guess. Marmaril, if you look at all of the spaces, the circles there that have multiple colors, those are the different zones. So a lot of Marmaril is interconnected in the zones, and that's just going to give him tons of range and opportunities to attack at will with all of his archers. Because if he puts an archer, let's say, in the white zone up top, and then one in the purple area, and then Yanenga maybe over by the pink area, he can simply just, a single maneuver is going to get him to any zone on the map. And so that's really just going to allow him to attack who he wants, when he wants. And there's a lot of interconnected spaces that will help out with Stallion Charge as well. So it takes time to spread the clones out, right? And so if Yanenga is constantly pressuring, I would assume that Yanenga probably wants to go first, then Chad might have a hard time building up that clone wall to begin with, and even if he does, the clones are likely to be in relatively close proximity. So I do think this is I think it's a good map pick by Caesar.
It's interesting because there are, like you said, there are a lot of interconnected zones. There's a lot of ways for Yanenga to attack, but there's also some corner zones that Wukong can hide in. So the bottom right corner where player 2 starts, the purple zone, is only 4 spaces large. So he'll probably be wanting to hang out there in the upper white zone, the pink zone if he can make his way back around to it. So he can kind of play on the outskirts of this map, but Yanenga still has plenty of ways to pressure him if he clumps up in those corner zones. So it's going to be a pretty interesting and dynamic positioning game that they're going to have to play, and just playing around that constant threat of Stallion is going to be pretty difficult on this map, though I will say that.
And Wukong might want to try to take out an archer or two early, because that would sort of relieve some of the pressure on him, because Yanenga can only be in one place at once. So it'd help him with that sort of hiding game.
All right, well, I think the players are set, so let's go ahead and jump in to Vorpal board, and we'll check out Game 1 for the Winter of Champions semifinals.
Right.
Or like, sorry.
Yeah, it looks like Yanenga is opting for the first position, trying to get in there and pressure Wukong before he can start generating clones is almost always the ideal option.
But
Yep.
I think yes, we'll have 3 of the 4 counters also.
Ideally, you start off with one of your bonus action kind of things and pray that Wukong doesn't have one of his cards that just let him run away.
Right. So one of the cards we didn't touch on, I don't know if we had the opportunity or if it wasn't on the screen, but the Sly Monkey card for Wukong is also highly important in this matchup. So it's a 2-value versatile, and if Wukong is the one to play the card, he can generate a clone in his stead and then move anywhere in his zone. So extra mobility, extra spawning of the clones. It has a boost value of 3, so it also gives him some situational boost movement if he needs that as well. So that's also going to be a key card in this matchup as much as Stallion is going to be. He's going to need to spawn as many clones as he can and move around as best he can.
Yep, that's a great point. I think Sly Monkey is a fantastic card in the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we saw Caesar mulligan.
Undefeated.
So Caesar, with the mulligan, it gives players the option of returning their full starting hand to the deck and shuffling up and redrawing a full new hand. Just one time per game, players have that option. And so Chad chose to keep his hand, Caesar chose to mulligan. So probably looking for just more offensive options for an early aggressive push. And Chad obviously was happy enough with his defenses going second here.
Looks like Yanenga is running right in with the first action, or second action, first turn attack from the archer into Wukong. So the archers do not have the ability to play the double attack card. That's a Yanenga specific card, but it could be the action gain. It could also be a momentous shift or an archer only card. So let's see what he's going to pull out here.
So my personal preference, a lot of times, like you had mentioned, Sly Monkey being so valuable, I like to throw out a big attack turn 1 on Wukong so that you can deal big damage over a Sly Monkey if they end up playing it.
Right.
But that's not what we're going to see here. We're going to see a Tortoise form, which is a big defense, into Divide and Conquer. So Divide and Conquer, since the Archer is not sharing the same zone with Yanenga here, it is a 4 value, but the Tortoise form is a 5 value printed, and the opponent may boost the attack, which lets them discard a card to add the boost value, which is the number in the little circle in the right side there, and it adds the value. But with a 4 going into a 5, if you even boost with a 3 value boost card, you're only getting 2 damage at the cost of a card. So.
Yeah, and it looks like Caesar opts to not boost over it, would rather keep his hand count a little bit higher in the early game right now.
So Wukong spawns a clone by taking damage at the start of his turn.
Yep, he went from 17 down to 16, so he gets to summon the clone adjacent, and then he took a maneuver, and he's going to attack with the clone.
Looks like he's trying to clear out those archers when he gets the chance, and keep Wukong back in the purple zone.
Great defense from Caesar here, playing Pin the Prey, so it's going to keep the Archer alive. Like we had mentioned here, it's a 1 value Pin the Prey into the 2 value Infinite Strikes, but because there are 2 health sidekicks instead of 1, it lives the combat, and the Pin the Prey is going to let Caesar move the clone away and force a discard from Chad, which is pretty impactful, although Chad does get to gain an action with his Infinite Strikes.
Which Chad might actually be a little sad about here, because the Archer gets to survive, and he can't attack it again because of the move from Pin the Prey.
Right.
Yep.
That's a perfect defense.
Yeah, that is a great defense. One other thing we didn't talk about is both of these characters have a lot of ways to disrupt your hand size. So Yanenga has some forced discards with Pin the Prey. Again, Wukong not having the feint ability, that card will always land and force a discard out of Wukong. And then Wukong with the Tortoise form and the Ox form, it's not mandatory that you boost over them, but if you don't boost the Ox form on defense, you're going to be taking some damage. And if you don't boost into the Tortoise form, you're not going to be doing any damage. So a lot of ways to disrupt how many cards you're holding in your hand.
Wukong also has Fiery Eyes That See, which looks at your opponent's hands, takes one of the cards and put it on the bottom of the deck, and then both players draw a card. So it's not really hand count disruption, but it can force your opponent to draw a dead card late game.
Yep.
Yeah, very well put.
And so with the Pin the Prey, we did see Chad discarding a Sly Monkey, which is a little bit surprising because that is a good card in the matchup, as we said, but there are 4 copies of that card in the deck, so I'm sure he's okay tossing one of those away.
Yeah, might have cards that he deems more valuable in his hand, so just figuring he's in an okay spot to throw one of those Sly Monkeys away.
He does have 4 in the deck.
Yeah.
So it's sort of the most expendable card for him right now.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, in this matchup, you kind of need every defense or so, because you can't feint all the double attacks. So, like in Volume 2, one of the new gimmick of the set is, as John mentioned, the double attacks. And they are usually countered by the feints, because feints cancel the effects of the opponent cards, which include double attacks. But with Wukong lacking feints, he does need to just do a hard defense of both attacks. So this could be something small now, but it could be quite dangerous in the long run.
Yeah, definitely.
I feel like it's interesting to see that Caesar is kind of taking a more defensive position here instead of pushing forward and trying to threaten this purple zone with a maneuver, especially seeing how he has such a hand advantage at the moment.
Another thing to note about these characters is they don't have any way to draw cards in their own deck, with a few minor exceptions like Fiery Eyes That See and One with the Land. Yep. So they mostly get cards back in hand by just maneuvering. And by Yanenga positioning defensively there, she's allowing Wukong to fill his hand back up and hopefully get one of those cards he needs to be able to pressure either the archers or Yanenga.
Right. And now, since he's out of a single maneuver range of purple, Wukong is sitting safe unless Caesar wants to boost in, if he wants to boost his movement. So he's going to have to almost just attack a clone or potentially do a scheme turn here if he wants to avoid overdrawing. For anybody who's unfamiliar, the hand limit is 7 cards. So if you end your turn with more than 7, you do have to discard cards down to 7.
And that's really costly. Every card, every fighter so far has a 30-card deck, and you got to make every card count because oftentimes the games do go until the ends of the decks, and so you need to maximize the value you're getting. So you don't want to be unnecessarily throwing away cards to overdrawing. Or to boosting as well. Now, boosting, of course, can be very helpful in certain situations, and that's really something that top-level players are very aware of, is when to boost and when not. And basically boosting, again, you look at the number in the circle on the right-hand side of the card, and you can discard that card during your maneuver to add that amount of spaces to your movement range.
Was it a mistake for Chad to put that clone on that tri-zone space? Because this actually allows Yananga to attack.
It looked like
he
he...
positioned so that he can Stallion charge through that. Yeah, there it is.
Yep, Stallion 2.
Okay, so
it looked like kind of a bait from Chad because he was deliberating putting it on pink, and then he ended up pulling it back to the tri-zone, so willingly giving Yananga the opportunity to attack that clone there.
Yep. I think Chad was okay with seeing a Stallion come out there because it only got one clone, so that's pretty minimal value.
Yeah, because he had the Tortoise form in hand, he was able to protect the clone that he had exposed to the attack.
Gonna spawn another clone at the start of his turn. Pops right back up. Now this is where Wukong is in a bit of a rough spot because he's approaching hand limit and he can't really step into any of the zones Yananga is covering without setting himself up to be attacked first action next turn. He could move down to the brown area of the map, but then he'll be sitting there with a full hand of cards.
Yeah, although we are still kind of in the same scenario with Yananga having 6 in hand, so on her turn, she's going to have to either make a scheme play, make an attack, or discard a boost potentially if she wants to hit Wukong.
So there's the Fiery Eyes that Ben was talking about earlier. So he's going to look at Caesar's hand here, and he's going to choose a card to put on the bottom of his deck. He will not see it until the very last card of this game.
Probably going with the Stallion charge, it looks like.
Yep, sounds like Chad's going to bury the Stallion charge, so obviously negating another opportunity to run through those clones. So that one is going to be at the bottom of the deck. He used one copy, and there's still one other copy floating around in the remaining contents of his deck, though. But that's you really like to see that in hand if you're the Monkey King player here.
Yeah, this also means that he can. It's not just burying that card, but it's also now he knows that can afford to be a bit more aggressive or so with his clones.
Yeah. Also gets to peek at his whole hand, so he has some hand knowledge. Yananga is going to draw an additional card here as an effect from the Fiery Eyes scheme. So there's one unknown in his hand so far, but really happy to get that knowledge and bury that other copy of the Stallion.
Yeah, something that you can't really put a number to or like of importance is hand knowledge in this game. It means a lot because so much of this game is the bluffing aspect of combat because you're both putting your cards face down, you don't know what your opponent is playing, and it has a major impact in the game, especially with Wukong and Yananga too, with having like the double attacks, it's extra impactful. So having that hand knowledge means a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, he doesn't have perfect knowledge because Fiery Eyes draws a new card immediately, and then, of course, maneuvers are going to add some variables. But still, knowing a good chunk of your opponent's options definitely is helpful.
I mean, it also helps that he knows that Caesar doesn't really have good defenses for the archers at this point because you don't really want to throw a momentous shift to defend an archer.
Right.
Yeah,
yep, so
mostly looking to use those as offensive abilities for the archers, so maneuver them in and swing for 5 damage.
Yeah, so easy pickings for Chad to just pick off those archers, and that really hurts Yananga a lot, as I mentioned, for at least the map control, especially on a map like this.
one thing that was brought to my attention here, usually we have the players choose their color that matches their fighter. It looks like Caesar, he is from Greece, I believe, but he refuses to change from red.
He does not want to betray Rome.
Exactly.
I respect that.
Much respect,
Although Caesar might want to beware the Ides of April.
Got an archer attacking into the clone here. Clone takes it undefended.
Oh,
Skirmish is a
a
big card.
skirmish.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a lot of
it
value
is.
getting tossed into the clone, but wants to ensure that the archer stays alive, I guess, so wins the skirmish and gets to trigger the effect.
But he puts the archer right next to Wukong.
Puts him right next to Wukong.
So maybe he drew one of the remaining archer defense cards. Those two cards we didn't get to see.
Well, the skirmish was one of them too, right? But he chose to use that
Yeah.
on offense instead, so very interesting.
Uh,
So Chad spawned a clone, and then his first action is going to be to open with an attack as Wukong onto the archer there. So he still has an action remaining after this attack.
Archer's most likely gonna die.
Yep, very dead archer there. So dies to the straight 3. He'd also die over pretty much any block to the 1 damage after combat, unless he defended with that momentous. But like we said earlier, probably doesn't
The
want
archer
to...
would have lived with a divide and conquer because it would have been a 4.
Yeah. That's true.
Huh. What was the reasoning for putting the archer beside Wukong? What was he trying to bluff?
I'm not sure there.
Or maybe he just wants the archer dead so he can play shield formation? Sure.
That's a good point, actually. Make
Yeah.
Wukong waste a card, you know, and because we know he does have the shield formation in hand, and that's basically a blank 3 defense, which is not great before the archers are dead, because you want to force that discard out of your opponent or allow yourself to reborn one of the archers.
Pop in the
Ooh.
Master of the Hunt here for some extra actions.
So Caesar maneuvered, he played the Master of the Hunt, reset the turn, did another maneuver, and we know he's got the point blank in hand too, so are we going to see point blank come out here? Oh, very
Ooh.
big. So Chad throws Bewilderment, which is one of his really premium defense cards. It prevents all damage during that combat and then lets Wukong warp to any space on the whole map, so he jumps all the way across, but then he has to defend against the 3
Oh no.
from the volley. And he chooses to throw a golden chainmail, which is the counterpart to those ultimate defenses, that reflects the damage onto your opponent. So both chainmail and bewilderment essentially negate all damage from most combats.
Yeah, that was really well played by Caesar there. So he maneuvers in there aggressively. Chad is probably assuming that he wants to get the point blank damage, so if the Monkey King is adjacent to Yananga after the combat, it's 2 auto damage to him. So he uses the Bewilderment to get away from that auto damage, but anticipating that he was going to do that, Caesar throws the double attack and forces out 2 really, really strong defense cards from Wukong.
Yep.
That was a really heads-up play.
Although in this matchup, Golden Chainmail acts almost like a blank 4 because Yanenga's deck is mostly all 3 values.
Right.
So it's very rare that the Golden Chainmail after during combat effect ends up.
Well, I mean,
mattering.
it's good
Right.
against Jaws of the Beast on
Right.
Memorial.
Right.
Yeah, because Memorial tends to have a lot of multi-zone spaces, which strengthens.
There's the big card in the matchup, Phoenix
There's
Form,
a big card.
for 3. And Wukong can guarantee 3 more plays of it with 72 transformations because Yanenga has no feints, as we noted earlier.
Yeah, so the Phoenix Form Scheme card doesn't require him to be in range for an attack. It's just a card he can play from his hand, and Wukong is going to heal for 1 health for as many clones as he has on the board. So Chad getting max value out of it and healing for 3. 72 transformations are going to let him cycle it back into his deck if he chooses to. But that being said, he has expended both Tortoise Forms, so he doesn't have any big defenses, but not a lot of big value attacks that he needs to worry about, so he might be fine just cycling the healing as much as possible.
As long as he stays off triple spaces, he's not really scared of the value of Yanenga's cards, just the volume.
Right.
But I mean, in this matchup, it's not so much. The health point, it's nice to get 1 or 2 Phoenix forms, but it's probably more about the defenses.
Mhm.
And with 2 tortoise forms gone, a bewilderment gone, what's the other one? Golden chain
Golden
gone.
chainmail gone.
Yeah, so it is. I would say Yanaga's playing pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah, and also we saw, the Sly Monkey discarded, which is one of the defenses. We saw a Wily Fighting used on offense. And Wukong has a lot of red cards, so I think he would rather be playing the red cards to attack with, and save all those versatiles, the purple ones, for defense.
Yep.
Yeah, we've only seen 1 red card played so far, the infinite strikes on that archer.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the very first turn for Wukong as well.
Okay,
The one
so
with the land scheme.
he is going to play the scheme here. I believe that was the second action, so he's just going to... what that does here is helps avoid... Oh, maybe that was first action.
Shift. Is that a shift? Yes, perfect.
Shift into a 72 transformation. So Chad's going to get back a form, which is going to be the Phoenix form
Phoenix
that he played.
form.
And then Caesar hit with the momentous shift, which is going to turn into a 5-value attack. So very strong attack there.
Yeah, so the reason why I think oh, did he forget to heal his archer so with
He
one of
did.
the land?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yananga
the
was already health. Okay, there we go.
so the reason why Yenanga, I think Caesar chose to do
He
this.
boosted with the one with the
Why?
land. That's right.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, he used it as a boost.
He boosted.
Yeah.
That's what I thought, because I thought he had maneuvered first. And then if he played the one with the land,
Yeah.
he wouldn't have been able to attack. So he boosted with it
Interesting.
and hit with the shift. I think
I
that
guess
was a
that
good
makes
play.
sense, because he only heals 1 off of 1 with the land here,
Mm-hmm.
because the archer's got 1 damage, and Yananga's completely healthy.
Right. Saves himself from cycling a little bit as well, so considering the long
Yeah,
game.
I would actually say this is actually was a very critical moment, and it's a very fine example of the kind of pinpoint accuracy that Caesar identifies a weakness in opponent. So, and this can be traced back from the double attack and the way that Chadicular defended against it. The fact that he used a golden chain as his second defense meant that he didn't really have any other good defenses at hand, because you would rather want to throw a Sly Monkey or something like that. And he didn't throw the 72 because he wanted to pick up Phoenix form. So that's why Chad threw away the golden chain. So once Caesar saw this, he knew that, okay, golden chain is down from Chad's end. He probably doesn't really have that many big defenses. And he's probably just holding a 72 for that Phoenix. So this is the perfect time to go in with a 5-value momentous shift and deal 3 damage to Wukong, which happily just negates 1 Phoenix form completely.
That's
Yeah.
a good,
So, yeah.
very good analysis there, Zon.
Great points on. And also, Chad was probably feeling pretty safe being on the other end of the board. But Caesar, he did have to boost, right? So it was a little bit costly, but he saw the opportunity, like you said, and he took it, and it paid off big time.
Yeah, because the natural instinct of anyone playing Yen is like, okay, I got my archer at 1 health. This is a perfect time to want to land for value. But Caesar saw that the greater value is pushing the weakness that Wukong has just showed. And yeah.
This
Yeah,
would be a
it
great
paid off.
time. This would be a great time for a stallion charge attack on this far right clone, and then he could run through the clone to the left of him and through Wukong. But looks like he doesn't have it yet.
Well, considering he only has 1 left of the, next 14 cards or so, and then the other one's on the bottom, it's not super likely he had it.
Right.
It's like, what? About a 6% chance, something like that.
It's very interesting, the archer positionings by Caesar.
Yeah, we were kind of anticipating he was doing it to bait, to intentionally let the archer die before and get that shield formation up, but he's still holding on to it. But he is kind of tempting Chad to bite on the bait of wasting cards on the archer, which I guess he is okay with. Like we said, he's wasting damage on these archers that he still hasn't used any resurrections on, really.
Right. And also, we haven't seen Chad attack yet, I don't believe, since he's killed that first archer. I think he's just been on
He
the
attacked
run.
the other archer, but he hasn't attacked Yananga directly, which is why
Yeah,
Yananga hasn't.
the infinite strikes and the
played it.
wilies pretty much it. But those have been on the archers. No direct attacks onto Yanenga. She's still sitting at her total 15 health.
Yeah, I think it's this very Yanenga purposely wants to bait Wukong to waste an attack card on that 1 health archer.
Right. Chad.
Now, if we
Not
look,
doing that.
he plays the Phoenix again for full value, but that just brings them to even health totals, and they're even deck counts currently, but as we can see, Caesar has 2 extra cards in hand at the moment. So, overall value-wise, it looks like Caesar is up just a little bit.
Yeah, he's only going to have, 2 more opportunities to bring that Phoenix back into his hand, if that's what he decides on using for his form callbacks. So, Yanenga is looking pretty good here. Already got a lot of the strong defense cards out, so just trying to create an opening. It's going to be difficult, though, with that Stallion buried. It's all going to depend on when he can get in on Wukong and when he gets that final, or second to last, I suppose, Stallion.
Well, there's still 3 surprise volleys and 2 rain of arrows.
Wow.
So
And there it is.
But a great Wily fighting defense by Chad. So the Wily defender resolves first when they're the same timing. So since they're both after combat effects, the Wily goes off and deals a damage, killing off that archer and dealing one to Yanenga. Then the Stallion lets Yanenga move through the clone. But I believe it did hit Wukong as well. But that's the end of Yanenga's turn, right? Now she's pinned with no Stallion access.
Right.
it's quite interesting. She chose to pin herself here, so she could have easily ended on the ping space
side.
there.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think she's confident on her defenses, and picking a more central location will allow her to push her hand advantage if Wukong decides to attack here, and prevent Wukong from running to the right side of the map.
The purple,
So yeah, this is a it looks like a small thing, but I think it's absolutely critical also, because otherwise, if she escaped to the left, Wukong will just double maneuver all the way to the right and make it very difficult for Yan to get close.
Yep, he would force then a boost from Yanenga to get over there, seeing as he's sitting at 7 cards currently. So this does provide better map coverage, and Chad is just taking a double maneuver to back off, so it is going to pay off here for Caesar. That was smart positioning, very smart.
Yep. So, Caesar, good fundamentals.
Yes, like you said, Zahn, you're right. It's showing right here. Now, an important thing to note at this point is that Chad knows for sure that he does not have to play around the Stallion charge anymore until the very last card in the deck, which, of course, that can still make a difference. It is going to come into play eventually, but at the last card in deck, it's much less impactful. And just the fear of the Stallion is no longer there, which is probably the most important part.
Does he like to put archers right beside the... Okay.
Yeah, I'll at least force him to spawn a clone here and attack. But yeah, we saw this first, I think it's the first copy of the Surprise Volley come out there, so opts to resurrect the archer instead of taking the additional action.
I think that's the right call at this point because he really needs the positional advantage, I think, of the map. The 2 bodies being on the map is just going to be really impactful. Now, these players have been playing... Oh, go ahead, Zahn.
So if you're Wukong, what do you think is your game plan now?
Yeah, he's in a tough spot. I think he needs to,
I think you have to aggress, right? Like, he's played so many defenses, he's going to have to knock some defenses out of Yanenga and just land some big damage because there's still a lot of really powerful attack cards that Wukong has. And with being so low on defense at this point, I think he's got to put the pressure back on Yanenga to try to take Yanenga out before she can just whittle away Wukong's defenses.
Yep. His hand is probably full of the Rui Jinggu Bangs now. And he did spend one of those Ruis to boost.
Yep.
which he actually didn't need to. He just wanted because the clone on the top left would have been able to reach the archer, but he wanted the clone on the bottom to get close, to kind of confirm a kill over Divide and Conquer, I guess. But that's still one attack.
Well,
It
it
still
wouldn't
wouldn't
have
have confirmed
confirmed
the
over
kill.
Divide. It would have confirmed over Pin the Prey, though.
Yep.
And it's interesting to note, Chad, he already planned to maneuver again, right? Because he was hitting with the infinite strikes. He knows it can't be canceled, so he will gain the action. He knew he wanted to maneuver, in which case he would have overdrawn anyways if he didn't boost. So he probably just saw the opportunity. He already knew his game plan for the turn, and he was like, well, might as well boost in, get that extra damage with the infinite strikes just to confirm over a Pin the Prey. So we're going to see Yananga attacking the clone. Oh, that's a big card used on a clone.
Yeah, good call taking it undefended there.
Wukong at max
It's
hand count
essentially-
yet again.
It's essentially taking five to the face for one and reducing it to 1, because he can spawn a clone for 1 health.
Yep.
Right.
That's what
Think you
makes
take that
Wukong so
trade.
devastating, right? The fact that he can essentially convert every
Clones
card
into
used on a clone into
defenses.
1 health. Yeah, it's
Yep.
just incredible value. And he's very oppressive a lot of times against melee fighters, but ranged, it's a little bit of a different story, you know, because they can attack over the clone wall. But without having any stallions, so no effects to move through the clones at this point, and no archers currently on board, it is going to make it quite a bit more difficult for Yananga to get in on Wukong himself.
Yeah, it'll be interested
think,
to see how he starts positioning the clones, knowing that last stallion is buried. If it's time for him to aggress, or he's waiting for some other signal to go in there and start wailing on her.
Mm-hmm.
I think, okay, so I think he definitely wants to aggress, but he's very careful with using the top left one, because if the top left one attacks into Yen, he's most likely anticipating a point blank, which opens up the way for Yananga to attack Wukong next turn.
And he brought that far right clone out. Ooh, very, very good.
So
Yeah,
interesting to see that he chose to boost to bring this far clone in to attack rather than attack with the one
Yep,
that could have made it with a
exactly.
single maneuver. Probably playing around something like a skirmish.
Point blank.
Point
No,
blank
he
as
wanted
well.
to
Yeah, because if Yananga blocked with a point blank there, the top clone would have been dead, and then she would have had direct access to Wukong's zone.
Yep. Now it is into the shield, so Chad has to discard this taunting laughter to prevent the archer from being revived due to the shield formation. But
Yep.
then Caesar has to defend against the bonus attack being the 4 from the Jingu Bong. And he chooses to defend with another shield formation.
And then
And
Chad
Chad-
threw away the final Jingu Bong into that shield formation to negate another Archer Resurrection.
Yeah, that trade was not in Chad's favor. He spent 4 cards in total for that exchange, and Caesar only took 2.
Yep. I mean, that's just shield formation for you, right? It's an incredibly
Yep.
strong card. And with all the Jingu Bongs gone, all the Chad's bonus attacks, it really takes away the mind game threat of Wukong,
Yeah.
right? Like, Caesar can feel pretty comfortable defending against every attack coming forward, especially since one of the discarded cards was a Taunting Laughter. So there's
Taunting,
only
yeah.
2 Taunting Laughters and 2 Ox Forms, which might get like a 2-for-1 value, right?
Yeah.
I actually think the Slime Monkey, he discarded a Slime Monkey, right?
Yes.
He boosted with 1, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that might hurt in the long run. Again, he needs
Yeah.
every defense he can get, and he's
Mhm.
throwing away a lot of
Because he
them.
is running kind
Yeah,
of...
he only has like 6 left.
Yeah, and
Seven.
Yananga still has 2 double attacks, 2
Mhm.
surprise volleys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting to the point where we need to consider fatigue as well, and who's going to be healthier moving into it. So Yanaga's sitting at 10 cards, Chad at 8 right now, so got the health lead, has the card lead. It's looking like it might be challenging for Wukong here, but all depends on how many attacks he can get out in the next couple turns.
I spent Ox here. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ox over a
We
point
see
blank.
the first Ox form. So Caesar has the opportunity to boost his point blank from a 2 value and add the boost value of whatever he discards. So he is going to bump the point blank to a 5. So he's only going to take 2 damage there from the 7 value Ox. And then the point blank triggers and kills off the clone. So
Yeah, so essentially a 2-for-1 health trade since it cost him 1 health to spawn that clone.
But it was also 2 cards for 1 card.
True,
So
absolutely.
it was a good trade for Chad, but that's just bound to happen at some point. You
Right.
can't really get around that.
And seeing the Ox come out there, or I mean the Jaws as the boosted value for the defense means he only has 2 copies left to defend with. So we might see Chad pivot here to calling back the Ox forms instead of the Phoenix forms, because Yanenga is going to be struggling to have any high value defenses. We saw the skirmishes come out as well, so there's the
Right.
second one.
There's another
And it brings
72.
him right next to Wukong.
Yep.
So
He might be feeling a
What
little iffy
is-
on his defenses, though, right? So
Yeah,
the
yeah,
might
72
see what he
actually
pulls back
goes
here.
first, and that might inform Caesar on where he wants to move. Because if
Yep.
Chad takes an Ox, Caesar might be hesitant to move adjacent to Wukong. So Chad
Oh, this got spicy.
deliberating here. He is just going to go with the
It's a
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Now, part of
Yeah.
the reason that he did that might be because, like you said, Ethan, the
I'm
deck
gonna see a-
counts.
Yeah.
Right? Wukong's down, but the Phoenix form is a pass, which a pass, when we talk about in Unmatched, is a scheme that doesn't have an effect of drawing or gaining actions because it lets you spend an action and not deplete your deck count. So not only is that Phoenix form healing, but it is a pass, which can help out, even out the deck counts here.
That is probably the safer
definitely
call.
a double attack. Yeah, it's definitely a double
Oh,
attack.
yeah, that's perfect Slime Monkey opportunity. So this is what we talk about. So the first attack is going to do 1 damage to him. Spawns a new clone. Has a second attack coming at Wukong now.
Oh my gosh.
And
the second
another
Slime
Slime
Monkey.
Monkey.
And he's got the Phoenix in hand, so he gets
Yep.
instantly max healing value.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well done by Chad there. That is absolutely massive.
Yes.
Yeah, but he's really running out of defenses now.
He is.
Yeah.
Definitely. He kind of has to play keep away and force Yanenga to kill the clones.
Which,
And it looks like that's kind of what he acknowledged beforehand when he played that 72 and decided to pull the Phoenix back. He's probably recognizing, okay, I'm out of defenses. My game plan here is to run around. Okay. And
That's
another
another
Ox into
form.
point blank.
Over a point blank, which is sort of the ideal defense for Chad here. Even though it kills the clone, it does mean that, Yanenga's taking 5 damage if she doesn't boost. With only 2 cards left in hand, she might not want to boost, especially if they're, just like the boost 1 Archer card or one of her boost 2s.
Yeah, those were some really impactful turns that we just saw there. Now we know Chad is just sitting there with the Phoenix form
Phoenix
in his
form
hand.
and nothing else.
Yeah.
Although he has a second action here, so.
But yeah, prior to this, so yeah, the 72 transformation call pulling the Phoenix back, like Zahn was saying, he's recognizing that he's running out of defenses, so his game is going to be just to run around. He had the double Slime Monkey, so he generated all those clones, and he just wants to get as much health as he can, I suppose, going into fatigue with the Phoenix form. Try and re-even the deck counts with by passing, as John said, so this is interesting.
I think I would take the 5 damage here because, yeah, he would just try to attack next turn or something.
Yeah, and really, Chad is running out of damage output, right? Because that is the second Ox form. There's only one more 72 left to bring back a form.
Yep.
Oh my
One
gosh.
more Infinite Strikes and 2 more
That is
Conquest.
painful.
What was that discard?
He discarded
Rain of
the final
Arrows.
Rain of Arrows double attack there, so he just lost a lot of offensive pressure. You really hate
Yeah.
to see that get thrown away.
Yeah, I think I would have rather liked to see him take the damage like Zahn said. Because Chad really is running out of defenses, that double attack is crucial.
I think the game has kind of evened up now. Could go either way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
that
was
double
big.
Sly Monkey turn from Chad was really huge, and got the Oxes into 2 point blanks. It's really painful to see. So
Well, he
go ahead, Zahn.
Yanenga could probably be building up for a combo turn right now. Get
Right.
Master of the Hunt.
Yeah, I was just about to ask John, if you're Yanenga in these conditions, what does your win con look like? What is your out to win this game?
Well, although it's at the bottom of the deck, you still have the last Stallion. So what I'm thinking
Right.
here is you want to drag the game out, kind of just build up your hand, like Zahn was saying, build up for a combo, pull off like that Stallion ideally on defense so that you're already in the zone of Wukong to unleash your combo. Otherwise, try to do maybe a first action attack on a clone or something, use the Stallion to move up to Wukong, play your Master of the Hunt, and just unleash from there.
Yeah.
You're going to have to probably pull off a big combo near the end of the game, and that Stallion could be key in setting that up.
Yeah, interestingly to note,
The big
Wukong only
worry,
had 4 blocks left.
four
Sorry.
blocks left.
4
Okay,
blocks
but
left.
the big one is that Bewilderment, because that is going to be the
Mhm.
card that ruins the combo turn.
Yep. And no threat of the double attack following wherever he chooses to move with the Bewilderment, so he can avoid point blank damage. He can avoid double attacks. He's not afraid of anything with the point blank at this stage.
Yep. And we see Chad just walling up because he knows he can. There's no Stallion, at least for another few turns, and it's going to be an interesting finish, I think. We're going to see some fireworks going on.
Yeah, hopefully Yenenga has the surprise volleys in hand, because I think this is going to be key to whatever attack plan she's building up, because she still has, what, 2 archer cards? So if she can bring back an archer and have that archer pull off a couple of attacks on Wukong, then that'll be great.
Yep. You're going to want to get value out of those archer cards, unless he's going to just plan to use the surprise volleys for action gain at this point for the combo, and just discard the archer cards for taunting laughters that Chad will be throwing out. Seeing as that's pretty much his only remaining source of damage output, other than if he chooses to bring back the Ox with his last 72.
Looks like both players just kind of restocking their hand before this final battle goes down. Chad thinking about if he wants to start moving clones into a more threatening position.
I do have to imagine that Chad is going to pull back the Ox, though, for his last 72, because he probably wants that Ox for the finishing blow.
Right. And one more thing to consider, once we reach exhaustion, and you go to draw a card from your deck, all fighters under your control take 2 damage. So once they go to draw and there are no cards in their deck, the clones will instantly die to fatigue, as well as any Yenenga archers. So the Phoenix form drastically loses value at that stage in the game.
Is Chad baiting Yenenga to attack that clone on the Tri-Zone? Seems like it.
Seems like it.
I mean, at this point, I
Yeah,
think Chad
probably
is
trying
happy.
to get her to spend a Jaws.
I think Chad's happy on every card used on a clone at this point, because, like you mentioned, Ethan, the fatigue is going to kill off the clones. And so I think with only a few cards remaining, 4 cards left in deck for Chad, I think if each of these 3 clones can take 1 undefended attack, that's 3 cards gone from Yenenga that he didn't have to spend a card or health on. And I don't really think that Wukong's going to be generating many more, if any, more clones this game.
So we see the surprise volley come out. He does take the bait and spend it on the clone, opting not for the action gain here, but for the archer.
Yeah, you don't want the additional action because that kind of exhausts you faster.
Right.
That's a great
Yeah,
point.
both players playing heavily around fatigue at this point.
And you still have 2 archer cards which you want the archer to use, number
At
1
least pin the
to
prey.
burn out more defenses, and also to, every attack is kind of a pass in a way,
Yep.
so
Right. Well said.
I'd be surprised if Caesar ends his movement here, though, with such a defensive positioning, because he can afford to double maneuver at least 1 more turn, because he's at 5 right now in hand, so it would put him to 7. So it's okay for now, but next turn he may need to take more of an aggressive stance, because especially at this point in the game, you don't want to be throwing away cards if you don't have to.
Yeah.
I think he still have 1 more Master of the Hunt, so Master of the Hunt is boost 3?
Boost
So
3.
Boost 3.
in this position, I think so in this position he can basically hit anywhere with a
Yeah, but
boost
do you
5.
really want to spend the Master of the Hunt, right? You probably want to save that for your combo turn. Although
Additional
Maybe more
actions,
taunt.
though.
That's a good point, but the actions can get disjointed by bewilderment, as you pointed
Second
out.
fiery
earlier.
eyes.
Yeah, Ben, you're right. I think, though, if you can bait the bewilderment,
Boosted with it.
if at all possible, ahead of time, like before you combo off, it could be huge.
So we just saw Chad maneuver boost in the clone to get in range of Yanenga with the fiery eyes that see. So again, using the boost value instead of the draw. So playing
I'm
in
actually
fatigue yet again.
surprised he played the fiery eyes or discarded the fiery eyes there for boost, because I'd imagine he would want to hold it in case Pin the Prey shows up again with that last with the next few archers.
Yeah.
Right?
Because he doesn't want to play it at this point. It just exhausts him faster.
Yep.
Yeah, but the consideration is that it also means that Yanenga draws that last stallion faster also, so might be that.
And he's choosing to kill off the archer anyway, so
Wow.
soaks the damage from the taunting laughter, disperses 2 to the archer, fully killing it, and 1 to Yanenga's person.
I think, as a Yanenga player, I would have liked to see the archer survive there. Especially, he just
Trying to
played.
get off that.
He just
one-
played the one with
that
the
one
land.
hit.
It would have been free healing on the archer.
Yeah.
Definitely a
Wait, I
misplay
don't get it.
there.
I don't get it, and considering that you still do have 2 archer cards. Huh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially, the Pin the Prey is such a threat because, Chad's down to 6 cards, 4 of which are defenses. So if you
Was that
waste
the
a
final
defense
surprise
card-
volley? There's no more, are there?
I believe there's one left.
One copy?
One more. Yep.
One more.
So he could be setting up a Master of the Hunt play in which he brings the archer back
And then
and
pins-
then uses the Pin the Prey, but that would require him to be in attack range first, unless he's using Master of the Hunt to go in, hit, bring the archer back, hit again.
One thing I just
gonna be a
want to
spicy
comment
endgame.
on, it definitely is. And about like the one with the land there, I think that was a pretty clear misplay because he could have just had the archer alive still and
Right.
basically been at the same health total. But the thing is, at this point, like these players, you got to think they have so much going through their heads right now. It's crazy, and there's a lot of pressure, and it's like a high stress, situation. So,
Yeah, it's very easy to look at the outside and critique these guys,
Yeah.
but I mean, I have no room to speak. These guys are all superior players to me, so I'm just here to watch and try and think aloud as to what they're thinking. But he has some sort of play going on, so don't sleep on Caesar yet. Don't count him out. He can definitely make some wild burst play happen here at the end if
yeah.
he sets it up properly.
Plus, if Chad gets the win with Wukong here, Caesar's not afraid to run the Achilles at all. Because
Right.
he's just trying to look for those 2 wins over Sherlock.
Absolutely.
Which, from experience, it is a daunting task.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Now, is there any world, Zahn, do you think there's any world in which Caesar purposefully throws this game in order to get the map advantage with Achilles into Wukong?
Oh man.
Zahn's on mute. He might be... might have
It's
stepped away.
definitely worth considering, but that's tough because if
I
he
don't
were to
think-
do something like that, then he would. Yeah, I don't know.
It's
Because
the
Sherlock's
only
gonna get map
way-
advantage either way, though, right? He's gonna have a map advantage as Sherlock at one point.
But it's the only way for Caesar to guarantee that he gets advantage with Achilles specifically into Sherlock.
True.
Right? So
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know if there's ever a world in which case he would try to do that on purpose. But who
Yeah, I
knows?
mean, I don't think you want to take... I don't think you want to throw games at all in best of 3 because, yeah, you're giving your opponent 50% of the match there. So
Oh my gosh, what do we just see?
He's
Whoa.
boosting with a bewilderment.
that's very good for Caesar.
Wow, that's the last movement card. Is that right, Ben?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
That is fearless, man.
We've seen some crazy plays.
He might be
This-
playing a taunting laughter here to try to get more cards out of Yanenga's hand.
Yeah,
Potentially.
doesn't have any archers to soak damage here either.
So,
This
Yeah,
is where
imagine
losing that
Yanenga-
archer from the master of
Yeah.
or losing the archer from the one with the land play there is really gonna hurt.
but now we're
Oh,
going to
man.
see him throw
Oh,
the
that
archer
hurts.
card. See? So he was okay because
Yep.
he had these in waiting, ready to discard
Yeah.
for tauntings. So the Jaws of the Beast, it's a 3 value versatile. It bumps up for every zone the opponent fighter is in, so it is going to be a 5 value. Doesn't really matter because taunting laughter is a 3-value attack that essentially ignores the value of the opponent's card unless they discard. But, of course, we saw Caesar discard that Divide and Conquer, the Archer card that is pretty much useless at this point, so
Yeah,
he
Chad
does
might
get
have
to
just
defend.
been taking the 50-50 chance there that Divide was in the deck.
And he still has the Pin the Prey left, so he can still do that large Master of the Hunt Archer Resurrection play that we kind of talked about briefly earlier. So
Yep, and it's even better now because there's no way for Wukong to disjoint the attack with Bewilderment.
yep.
And also, the Pin the Prey is a 2-value boost, so being able to move 4 from the center of this map, I believe, can get you into every zone if he goes to like the space 1 space down from where he's currently at.
Wait, but discarding Bewilderment to boost, what does that tell us about Chad's hand? He really didn't have any other... I'm not sure.
It's very, very interesting play. I would love to pick
Yeah.
his brain about it.
Why would not throw a Wily fighting or something?
I'm kind of shocked. Well, a Wily, I believe, is only a 1 boost value, right? And he
Yeah,
did need the 4
1 boost.
spaces. He did need the 4
Yeah, but-
spaces.
He could have boosted with like a Golden Chainmail, which is a little more of a useless defense. Like, yeah, it's a defense and it's a 4 value, so he's definitely not taking damage from it. But like,
Well, so you got to
I don't know.
assume that he didn't have that in hand then, because I think you're right,
Yeah.
Ben. I think there's
Yep.
no world in which case you discard Bewilderment over Chainmail. So he must not have had the Chainmail.
yeah, at least in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Against someone
unless
like
he was-
Bigfoot.
Unless he was anticipating, I think there's one momentous shift left, so was he anticipating like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's
That's
the last
that's
card
the
drawn.
question. Yep. So
There
now
are no
Wukong's
shifts,
taking
but
2
there
damage.
is a Jaws and a surprise volley,
Yep.
point blank.
I'm thinking discarding that Bewilderment might seal it for Caesar here. I think he can definitely pull off the play, because these clones are going to die next turn to Exhaustion, Chad
this
having
is it.
reached the end of his deck.
Yeah.
Yanenga drawing up to her full hand count now. Stays out of attack range of the clones, so they have no choice but to die to Exhaustion here.
So Ben, what are the 4 remaining cards for Wukong here?
He's got 172 transformations, which effectively means he has, the 3 remaining forms too that he can pull back.
Mm-hmm.
He has 1 Golden Chainmail, an Infinite Strikes, and Wily Fighting. So only 1 red card left, although 72 can turn into a red or a blue if need be.
But here, we're going to see Wukong. He has to boost if he even wants to attack Yanenga, and that's incredibly costly. So I think a double maneuver is coming out from Chad. But it's going to just give an opening for Yanenga.
That's 4 health, though, so...
Yeah, he's in a bad spot
yeah.
either way.
Either way, it's death, because, I mean, they're still Master of the Hunt.
Yep,
Yeah.
the Master of the Hunt, and with no Bewilderment to move, that's going to be key, because it's going to be, maneuver, boost into position, likely, and then play the Master of the Hunt, reset your turn, and then you get 3 attacks, essentially.
That's thinking hard. If you can try and posture in some way to force Yanenga to come in and attack him suboptimally, he could maybe still pull some shenanigans. He has the
I don't
Wily,
think
so
so.
he can do some sort of counter damage here, but if he can posture in a zone where Yanenga can attack from range, then I don't think he has a shot.
Now,
The other thing
seems...
about... Oh, God.
Go ahead, Ben.
I was just gonna say the other thing about Wukong's position here is his only attack is an Infinite Strikes, which gains him an action, which he doesn't want to do
Oh.
right now.
Yes, otherwise he's
Yep.
spending defenses to attack. Yep,
Mhm.
Great point. Now, Chad, it really looks like he's out of this, but if there's anybody who's going to figure this out, it's Chad. I know from personal experience playing with him, he's incredibly good at endgame scenarios. He's really good at working out the math and figuring out if there's any possible way for him to win. So, if anybody can do it, it's him. It is looking pretty bleak, though.
Yep.
Looks like he's boosting in with the chainmail here.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he knows it's gone already, so might as well just do some damage before he die.
Yeah.
What does Baked Good say? It's all about the health
the
differential.
health differential. He's going to discard the Wily to
Boost
boost.
the Wily instead.
I mean, there's point blanks. There's just too much left for Yanenga.
Mhm.
I don't think Wukong has a shot here. I think it's over.
Yep.
Chad's just got to give it his best chance. He's going to hit with the 72 into the point blank. So the point blank is going to deal the 2 damage since they're adjacent. The 72 is going to get back to the Ox form. So his hand is now, what, Chainmail, Ox, and
Infinite Strikes.
Infinite Strikes. Only 1 defense, and Yanenga's got many attacks, so this will probably be it.
He can't last this turn.
Yeah, I don't see any way, because he only has 1 defense left. Yanenga still has the Master of the Hunt, still has, 1 Surprise Volley, the
3 attacks.
Stallion Charge.
Yep.
Yep.
Stallion, Surprise, and Jaws
Pin the
are going to
Prey.
be the 3 attacks. Pin the Prey is worthless at this point, and then there's the Master of the Hunt. So.
Not necessarily, because Yanenga
you
could
could,
lead with
yeah.
the Master of the Hunt, and then Surprise Volley, and then Pin the Prey.
That's right.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
that forces
And
him
they're afraid to
to
push him out of position.
Wukong's hand.
He has to pretty much double maneuver
And
to
maneuver.
get back.
Yeah, this one's over. We'll just see them go through the motions here.
Attacks first action. Surprise Volley. So he's setting up for the Pin the Prey without even using Master of the Hunt, it seems.
Yep. Chad takes it undefended. Is he considering not bringing the archer back?
I mean, yeah, it's just sort of like which way do you walk around the rectangle at this point.
Sure.
So,
Yeah, if he hits with Stallion, then he just runs through him, runs away, and same outcome.
Yeah, because that's 1 damage and then 2 damage off the maneuver.
Yep.
Yeah, Yanenga's got this in the bag.
Well done by Caesar. It looked like Chad was maybe going to have an opportunity to make a comeback when he pulled off that double slide turn and was going to get good value out of the Phoenix, but it looks like Yanenga got too much value out of everything before then.
Yeah, I think part of it was also he held on to the Infinite Strikes and played them as actions. I feel like in this matchup you almost want to spend them as your discards when you can.
And also using many of his versatiles as attacks instead of his normal raid cards as attacks. So
Yep. As well as boosting. But let's go ahead and listen in on the players for a little bit here.
I couldn't figure out a way that I won that. So that's why I boosted with my bewilderment earlier, which I felt I had to do because I had to get some amount of damage on you. Because if I didn't, I think you could have just safely run away, and I wouldn't have been able to. Like I would have fatigued out quicker than you. So there wouldn't have been, if I had said instead of boosting with it to hit you, and just double maneuvering. This was my last card in deck. Otherwise, I would have boosted with that in order to do it and keep my.
I was thinking because I had the Master of the Hunt. If you did that, I would return the archer, attack the archer first. You discard one card, and then the same pattern with Master of the Hunt.
Yeah, that's what I assumed you were trying to do. So but so well, good game 1.
Yeah.
That was solid. I just I think there I just you played it pretty well. I think it is a matchup that is good for Yanenga, and you chose the right map, I think. So there were a few times where I just couldn't hide, and well done.
Thank you. It was a really close matchup, I think.
As they're talking about in the post game, Chad complimenting Caesar's map pick there, saying that it was pretty detrimental to how he wanted to play. So the widespread zones, forcing him to clump up in the corner areas, actually working to Yanenga's benefit quite a bit in that match.
Yep, I agree. It was a great map pick. It just really made it hard for Wukong to hide, right? And even if Wukong's hidden, oftentimes if he's got 3 clones on the board, one of the clones is exposed. And even a single clone being exposed lets Yanenga use effects like Stallion Charge and whatnot in order to get into better positions, and also just gives targets to attack. And that either forces defense, it forces health, and it's essentially passes, like you had mentioned, Zahn, right? Every attack is essentially a pass. So,
Yep,
that was a good map. It was very well played by both players. We saw some surprising decisions being made in terms of boosting certain cards and whatnot, but
I mean, overall, it was a good back and forth, and it seemed to be anybody's game in the midpoint there, and kind of just what we talked about happened, right? Wukong ran out of defenses, Yananga finished with a burst combo, and that was it. So Caesar did a great job keeping good value throughout that entire game.
Yeah, just like Zahn said prior to the match, he's very good at recognizing what his win condition is. So it seems like he's kind of boosting with these unconventional cards, or he's putting these things in weird area. We were really questioning that one with the land play, but he has a plan. He's recognizing what the win condition is and keeping those exact cards that he needs to execute on it. So that was really well done. I was very impressed by his play there.
Yeah, I think that there's one moment that I would really identify as a critical moment for the game and perfect for an after action report. It's really that part where he identified the moment that, okay, there's an opportunity for me to go, and he just threw away a golden chain, and he's probably keeping a Semi-2 transformations for Phoenix, and he'll probably defend with the Semi-2. So boost in with the one of the land, hit with a Momentous for solid 3. That I think was really a critical moment.
Yeah, and to piggyback off that, another moment that I thought was really good was when they were in the bottom right corner. Yananga was in the bottom right purple corner, and he had seen that he had the he looked at his hand with the fiery eyes that see, and then he went in expecting the point blank and pulled the double attack into the bewilderment. That was also another very heads up play from Caesar, kind of using the hand knowledge that Chad had against him by playing a card that he had drawn that was an unknown. So I thought that was also some really excellent plays coming out from him.
Yeah, I would echo that, Ethan. Like I talked about, hand knowledge is very important, but Fiery Eyes immediately draws a card, and so even one variable in the equation can throw everything off.
Right.
So very well done by Caesar. Those 2 turns back to back were just, I think, game winning for him in the long run.
Mm-hmm.
So
the real question, go ahead, John, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, so we see Yananga beat Wukong, right? Unsurprisingly, I think Yananga is favored in that matchup. Wukong can win the uphill battle, but we saw it play out with Yananga getting the win, and now Caesar is stuck with Achilles. So go ahead, Ethan. I think you're about to ask the question I'm going into right now.
My question is, if you're Chad here, are you going to take the easy matchup and play as Wukong into Achilles while you have the map advantage, or are you going to force the issue, pick Sherlock here while you have the map advantage to give yourself some sort of easier time? So you can even just choosing to go first and building your hand up before Achilles has a chance to run at you with that aggression that we're expecting to come out from Caesar is going to be a huge advantage. So does Chad risk it here to go for the overall match win and bust out the Sherlock now while he has advantage and positioning pick, or is he going to take the easy win, which I don't really see benefiting him much at this point?
I think Sherlock, Chadicular definitely wants to take Sherlock into Achilles on his turf, not on Achilles' turf.
Right.
Because if he goes with the Wukong pick now, and wins against Achilles, game 3 is just going to be Achilles against Sherlock, probably on Heorot, small map. Where Achilles can really use his aggression to his advantage.
Yep, I agree completely.
Yeah, throughout Swiss, it would be more of a consideration, right? Because you're playing
Right.
for points. Every game win was a point, and the points determined who moved on to the top 8 and whatnot. But at this point, it's all or nothing. So go big or go home. I think he's got to take the harder matchup, which, funny enough, is Sherlock.
You're right.
Into Achilles. And he's going to have...
And the Sherlock player is the one who's in fear.
Yeah, right. So Sherlock's going to have to beat Achilles here. And if he can, Achilles is going to have quite the uphill battle into Wukong. But again, it can happen. I've seen it done before. And so...
Yeah, it can be done, and then we're back on the flip side of the coin where the the Achilles player is the one with the advantage going into Wukong if he decides to go that route. So then he can try and manipulate the map in position to sway it in his favor.
Yep, agreed. Now, it looks like we do have the game, the matchup for Game 2, but before we jump into that, for anybody new joining in, let's check out a quick video on how to play this game called Unmatched.
Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals.
Alright, so there you have it. That's Unmatched for you in a nutshell. So it's a fantastic game, very easy to pick up and play, and very difficult to master. So the players we are seeing right now, Chadicular and Caesar, they are among the best of the best. And so they are at the top level of play, and it's really impressive to watch because there's so much depth that goes into such a seemingly simple game. But we have the matchup set up for Game 2. So, as we expected, it is going to be Sherlock versus Achilles. I don't think that's a surprise to any of us. It's really what I think Chad needs to do in order to come away with the win in this match. So, with that being said, Ben, do you have a prediction maybe on what map you would want to take Sherlock into Achilles on?
If I'm on the Sherlock ends, I'm going Sherwood all the way, because Achilles only has 3 boost 4s in his deck, so you can just play the runaway game the entire time.
Great point. Zahn, what do you think?
Yep. I mean, just remember your Bigfoot against my Sherlock. It was on Sherwood, and how the corridors were utilized. Most likely we will see the same outcome here. So.
Yeah, I think I would agree. Now, one consideration other than Sherwood, I think would be Yukon, right? Because it's got that big loop, and I wonder if the loop is more annoying for Achilles to deal with than Sherwood's almost like an entire.
Did I say Sherwood earlier?
Yeah.
I meant to say Yukon. My apologies.
Okay.
Yes, that would have been my choice, actually.
Okay, so I mean, both of them are reasonable choices, right? They're very similar in theme. Like the gimmick that basically both of them have are those big loops, because Sherwood is basically 4 loops interconnected, and Yukon is like got the one big loop. So very similar in playstyle, but yeah, it's going to be the corridors. I think I would assume that's what we're going to see Sherlock going for. So while we wait for the map, let's go ahead and check out the deck for Sherlock Holmes, the infamous Sherlock Holmes. So, Zahn, you want to run us through Sherlock here? Or how about Ethan, go ahead and run us by Sherlock.
Sure, I can take over. So, Sherlock, his whole gimmick is looking at people's hands, determining the value of their cards, or just straight up pulling cards out of their hand and removing them from the game. So the Confirmed Suspicion card, the first card that you see on the screen here, is a scheme card, so he can play this from anywhere on the map, does not need to be in combat range of the opposing fighter. He names a value of a card in their hand, and the opponent must discard something that matches the value. They then take the boost value as damage from that card. So very frustrating card to deal with. It can be played around a little bit by holding multiple different values in your hand, or by holding same values of different cards, so you can have something to throw away that might kind of negate some of that damage, but it can be frustrating nonetheless. Counterpunch is a 3-value versatile, so it's kind of like Inenga's Point Blank, where if you are adjacent to the fighter after combat, they're going to take 2 damage. Elementary is another card that revolves around the naming a number mechanic, so you play this as a defense face up, and then predict what your opponent is going to play into you. If you correctly predict the value of the attack card that is coming into you, you negate the value and you stop its effect. So very, very powerful defense card, another card that plays off the hand knowledge gimmick that Sherlock has going on. The Game is Afoot is his most powerful attack card. It's just a 3 movement after combat card, so hits for 5 damage, and then Sherlock can run away as he does so well after combat 3 spaces. Deduce Strategy, kind of negates high attack values in some cases and reduces it to the boost value. So he's got a lot of ways to mess with what you want to do in terms of value, pull cards out of your hand, just make it really difficult and annoying to chase him around and get things done how you want to. On top of all of that, Sherlock and Watson's special ability is that their cards cannot be feinted. So you are never stopping a Holmes or a Watson card from going through. The effects are always going to trigger. It's going to be pulling stuff out of your hand and messing with your game plan the entire match.
An important clarification there is the any cards in Sherlock's deck do still get canceled by feints. So those are the 3 copies of feints, which those rarely matter if they get canceled. 2 copies of Education Never Ends, and 2 copies of Study Method.
Right. So I guess we can touch on that. It's not a card that is on the screen, but you can see it up on the sidebar. 2 copies of the Study Methods. That is a 3-value any card. If Sherlock or Watson, since it is an any card, wins the combat there, they are allowed to look at the opponent's hand. So more ways to get hand knowledge that synergizes with the schemes or the elementary, which all revolve around calling certain number values out of your opponent's hand. So very synergistic deck, a lot of hand knowledge, a lot of messing with your stuff. That's what makes Sherlock so powerful.
Yeah, he's really good at just disrupting the opponent and getting rid of their key cards, right? And Achilles, I think, has some key cards he really needs, being those the helms and whatnot. Let's go ahead and take a look at Achilles' deck while we talk about this. So Achilles, basically, he has his sidekick Patroclus, who has 6 health, and if Patroclus dies off, then Achilles gains a new ability where all of his attacks the rest of the game get +2 value, and every time he wins a combat, offense or defense, he'll draw an extra card. So what that does is really make him a heavy hitter, although it puts him on a short fuse, because with all the card draw, he is going to draw through his deck and run into exhaustion much quicker. So the clock starts ticking as soon as Patroclus dies off. But Sherlock likes to basically negate a lot of card values with those cards like Deduce Strategy, but it does not negate the buff that Achilles will get once Pat dies off. So he can really deal some damage and put the pressure on Sherlock, but he needs Pat to die off very quickly, right? And so there's the few Patroclus cards like the Battle Frenzy we see on screen there, which is after combat effect, deal 2 damage to both fighters in the combat. So if not canceled, going to deal 2 to the opponent, which is great, and deal 2 to Pat himself. So it helps kill him off. And then under Achilles' helm is the blue card, the first one there, that if Patroclus is not defeated, when Achilles is attacked, he can swap in to Patroclus. They swap spaces, and Pat is the new defender. Now, normally, that's a great, reliable way of killing Patroclus off. But in this matchup, Sherlock is known for not making many attacks, and so it's going to be really hard to use this card well, so it's most likely going to be used for that 4 boost value that we see there, because that's going to let Achilles move around as he needs to in order to actually make some attacks on Sherlock and land his damage. So then we're going to see Brothers in Arms is a potentially really good combo tool if Pat is still alive, because it gains the action. And that is something that's really important against Sherlock to keep up the pressure. You want to probably use those Brothers in Arms early on offense just to run his defenses out and maybe try to land some undefended hits. The Spear Throw is excellent source of damage as well, because it's 2 auto damage to anybody in Achilles' zone. And with Battle Harden, the next card, you can actually recycle Spear Throws, because Battle Harden lets you get a card from your discard pile back to hand after combat. So you're essentially able to use Spear Throw 4 times max in a game, which is 8 auto damage. That's half of Sherlock's starting health, so very important there. But the thing is, all of these things have to line up well, and with Sherlock's hand disruption, it may make it incredibly difficult for Achilles to be doing what he wants when he wants.
Yeah. Do you have some notes to make?
Yeah, there's a couple things I wanted to bring up as well. So could we get the Blessed by Hermes and Skirmish cards pulled up real quick?
Great point, Ben.
So more for Blessed by Hermes, it's an any card. After combat, you can move each of your fighters up to 3 spaces. So that's both Pat and Achilles. I feel like this will be a pretty important card in this matchup, because the few times that Sherlock wants to attack is with those 5s that we noted earlier, and Blessed by Hermes allows Achilles to sort of run him down without having to maneuver and draw an extra card, which means he can, potentially get off 2 good attacks into Sherlock, keep that aggression going. Same with Skirmish, but Skirmish won't trigger off of the 5s because Achilles will take 1 damage, but it will become a 6 value attack late game that does allow Achilles to sort of reposition a bit, and maybe, try to keep the pressure going there. So I just wanted to bring those 2 up.
Yeah, great
Yeah.
points.
Something to note of the Blessed by Hermes, it is a very valuable positioning tool, but it is only a 2 copy card, so 2 out of the 30 cards in his deck. So if you can find him early while Pat's alive and force some sort of aggressive pin situation, it can be really beneficial. Finding it later is alright too, because you'll still be able to use it for yourself, but being able to really pressure with the aggressive pin or some sort of, perimeter type move might be more beneficial if you can get it early.
Yep. Now, in this matchup, one of the big questions that Achilles and his opponent always have to ask themselves is, when do you want Patroclus to die, right? Do you want him to die at all? Do you want him to die early or late? And how are you going to navigate that? So, Ben, I know I had played against your Achilles in Swiss, and it was quite good. So I'm going to pose this question to you. But in this matchup in particular, when do you think you want Pat to die off, if ever?
You always want Patroclus to die before you run out of cards, because if Patroclus dies when you're out of cards in deck, you're just losing 2 cards in hand, and that's that many fewer resources that you get. Whereas if he dies off a little earlier, you at least get more turns of those big attacks off. Plus, Patroclus only has 6 health, so he's guaranteed to die after 3 maneuvers, or 3 card draws rather, once you've run out of cards. So you definitely do want to kill him before you get to that point. I think the key part of this matchup is you want to use the Patroclus cards to kill Watson as quickly as possible, pretty much. And then hopefully after Watson's dead is when you can maybe put 1 or 2 Pat cards into Sherlock, get a few blocks out of his hand, and then that's when Pat dies.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a great point, because you are going to have to get through Watson eventually, right? Most likely. I mean, they are playing it. It just came in, so they are playing on Sherwood. So let's take a look at the map while we talk about this, because Sherwood here, it's very, got a lot of corridors, a lot of loops, like we talked about. So just that single, space, those paths. So you're going to have to get through Watson eventually, because if you have Watson in front and Sherlock behind, it's a long way around any of those loops in order to get to Sherlock. You literally just can't do it. You don't have enough movement to get all the way around. So you're going to have to use Patroclus to essentially flank with Achilles, from both sides, so that you're going to be able to get in on Sherlock or whoever your desired target is, because they're going to flip back and forth, most likely putting Sherlock in front or Watson in front as needed to provide their optimal defense options, right? So I think eventually you're going to have to get through Watson, and so probably sooner is better than later.
Right, and I'd like to make a note on that. So the corridors, like you said, it is a good kind of positioning tool. Like, you have to go through Watson or you have to go around, but that can also be a little bit of a double-edged sword. If he backs himself into a corner and Patroclus is positioned in the proper way to kind of attack from the other side that he is coming around from, you can put yourself in a little bit of a dangerous pin. And the counterpoint to that is this map has a lot of zones that blend together, so it does make it easier for Watson, since he's a ranged fighter, to get attacks off from pretty much wherever he's standing. So a lot of the zones blending together, Watson will almost always be able to attack first action if you position him properly.
Yep. Yeah, great points.
I'm sure we'll see both of those come into play. It's just going to be a matter of how can they play around those things, how aggressive can Achilles be depending on his draw. It's going to be a spicy match. I'm really excited for this matchup. I think it's a very interesting one. And I also like the strategy that people are kind of coming up with, which is just to aggress the Sherlock player and pressure him as much as you can and see what happens. See if he crumbles.
Yeah, the pin, like you mentioned, could be crucial. But in order to do that effectively, I think you need to take out Watson and then have Pat still be alive in order to hold the pin, and maybe force Sherlock to try to hit Pat to get out, in which case that'll activate your ability. So yeah, it's gonna be a spicy one. We'll see what happens, but it looks like the players are ready, so let's jump into Vorpal and check it out.
Especially for Simba, I think it's impossible. Because if you have Vorpal, you have to have a lot of cards. 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 You have
As we go into this game, there's one thing that I would like to bring up just for fun. So Sherlock is known as like one of the greatest minds alive, and Achilles is known as the greatest warrior alive. And it's this matchup is so interesting.
Yeah, I
and
do
it
like to
actually
paint the
plays out.
picture with like the lore and the theming of the character. Sometimes is funny to get the mental image of.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it also feeds into the way that they win. So like Sherlock, he wins by not attacking, but by attacking your hand, like he's outthinking you. And it actually plays out in the mechanics as well. So he can effectively discard he can potentially discard 5 cards from your hand, and Achilles also self-discards 2 cards because he's too sad when Patroclus dies. So yeah, it's really like the greatest mind taking advantage of this situation, making the warrior work against himself. So yeah, in a way, Achilles could be working on 7 cards less in his deck. So yeah, this is going to be a race against time for Achilles to deal sufficient damage on Sherlock. So I really like this matchup. It's really interesting.
Great point. Speaking of time, too, I think this is a good time to mention you guys have probably noticed the timer icon up top there. So essentially, it's just a soft timer for the players. You know, if they're taking excessively long in a turn, we have set up a process where we will flip that timer and it's red on the other side. So once we flip the timer, they have a minute to make a play. And if they don't make a play after that minute, they will get a slow play warning. And they are allowed 1 warning per game. And then if they do it again in the same game, the next time will be, instead of a warning, will be a slow play penalty, which is pretty harsh, admittedly. It's going to force them to end their turn where they're at. Any additional actions will be turned to maneuvers in place. So no movement, but the cards will be drawn, and any cards overdrawn will be discarded. So it's quite a harsh penalty, but these players have been playing at a good pace. They haven't had any issues so far, and I don't expect it to be a concern. But just to try to help, the flow of play, I know that's something that a lot of people, players and viewers alike, have been concerned about. We are giving this a shot and seeing how this works out. So we are going to see Sherlock going first and opening up with an Eliminate the Impossible. So he gets to look at Achilles' hand and choose a card to discard. So getting that early hand knowledge, very important.
And Achilles has 3 Patroclus cards in hand, it looks like, plus the 2 Battle Hardens. So these are cards that Achilles really doesn't want to have to lose here.
That is true, but I mean, that's a pretty good opening hand, I think, right? For Achilles, all those Pat cards. And if Chad is going to discard the Battle Hardened, something you can do with Battle Hardened is loop them infinitely, because you can use the second copy of Battle Hardened here to bring back the first copy and just repeat. So if it's not canceled, it's just free value, attacks. Every time you attack with it, you're knocking out a defense card from Sherlock's hand, and you're just getting your Battle Hardened right back. So that is a bit risky because Sherlock has essentially some extra cancels, as well as the 3 normal copies of Feint. So the loop can get cut off early, but it is definitely a good threat to have.
It's probably more to lower the chances of Battle Hardened bringing back spear throws, because spear throws, it's one of the ways that Achilles can catch up to Sherlock in a sense. So 1 less Battle Hardened in the discard pile means 1 less spear throw.
Yep.
So that improves Sherlock's chances just a little bit. That's how Sherlock wins.
Chad's second guessing, it looks like, on the Battle Hard. Maybe he is a bit concerned about activating the loop right away.
What else do you think he's maybe considering pulling here? The Hermes?
Maybe he wants to.
Like
I mean, he's
so that
hovering
way
the
confirm
Feint,
the
but
Battle Harden's away.
Nah, Battle Harden's definitely the call.
yeah, I think it's a good call. But he's got another action, right? So he's likely we're gonna see what we call the scheme combo, eliminate into confirm suspicion.
Nothing really good to confirm though.
Yeah.
He is going to just maneuver for second action. But he is getting into that potential pin scenario, Ethan, like you mentioned.
Yeah. Have to be very careful and position precariously on these corridors because it can backfire very easily on you.
Now, it is important to note that
one
Sherlock does have two schemes called Master of Disguise that swap spaces with the opposing hero, so that
Yes.
does allow him to escape pins, but those are the only cards, and there's only 2 copies.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. He doesn't pursue the pin. He'd rather put Patroclus more center.
He might be suspecting the Master of Disguise and wants to keep Patroclus in sort of striking distance of where Achilles is right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think he doesn't want Pat to be in danger.
That could be too, because we talked about, our thoughts on the optimal time for Pat to die, but from Caesar's point of view, we don't know what his game plan is, right? And that's one of the
Right.
interesting things about Achilles being played is every player has their own opinion on when they want Patroclus to die off, and it's of course skewed based on their current hand, what it looks like, and the game state and all that. So it's a lot of tough decisions to be made regarding that. Oh, so he did go for the pin with Hermes, but Chad is
Yep.
going to feint, which I think Caesar's a little happy to see a feint that didn't go into a battle hardened, but also a little sad that his Hermes was wasted there.
Yeah, because you got to keep in mind that Achilles has 3 Patroclus cards in hand. So you do want Pat to at least get some use out of them.
Ooh, feints the study methods. As we were talking about in the pre-game discussion, Ben, though, some of the only cards that can get feinted on the Sherlock end of this matchup because it is an any card, not a character-specific card.
Ah, but he knocked out the feint, so now he can confirm the battle hardened for 2.
Yep.
So confirm suspicion, it's a wall of text there, but essentially Sherlock names a card value. The opponent has to discard a card of that value. So Chad named a 2, and Caesar had to discard a card with a value of 2, which is the other copy of Battle Hardened, unfortunately. So that will cut off the loop for the entirety of this game. And also confirm suspicion deals damage equal to the boost value of the card discarded. So Achilles had to take 2 damage there. That was a big, big play by Chad.
A big
Yep.
play in the sense that it does break up kind of Achilles' late game cycling plan of getting these spear throws back in for the additional value, but the counter side of that is it's only a 2 value card. So he has skirmishes in his deck that do 4, he has the red 4 attack cards that gain action, so yes, it's a little sad to break up the late game, but it's okay in terms of he'll still be able to push aggression in the early mid game, mid-late game, while he has the high value attack cards before he's running to the end of his deck. So see how it plays out.
Plus, that attack scheme got 1 versatile out of Sherlock's hand, which is 1 less defense he can play. Plus, he didn't draw any cards there, so he's going into Chad's turn at 4 cards in hand. So Chad might want to try to push the aggression and just hope that Sherlock doesn't have blocks here. Especially if Chad attacks with the double attack.
You mean
Or,
Caesar,
Caesar,
Achilles?
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Right.
got things backward.
Yeah, the double attack is something we didn't really touch on, but all the Battle of Legends Volume 2 characters have those bonus attacks, and Achilles is the first attack is a 1, and the second attack is a 3. And that doesn't seem very strong on the surface, right? But if Pat's dead, then it becomes the 1 bumps up to a 3, and the 3 bumps to a 5, so that's incredibly strong. So that's going to be what I think Sherlock wants to cancel before, even after Pat dies, that's going to be what he wants to cancel. Or to use Confirm Suspicion on, but we see one used for boost right there, surprisingly.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. You throw a test of weakness to play a Patroclus card. What?
Yeah, I mean, we saw how many pack cards he has in his hand here, so he's kind of forcing somewhat like of a soft pin here, trying to get damage onto Watson, and that is going to be a big old chunk of damage.
Yeah, I wonder what Caesar's plan there was. Why he chose to throw the double attack instead of just
because there's
attacking
less-
with the double attack right away.
Because there's lesser chances of running into an elementary. Because if he were to attack into Sherlock, most likely there's a higher chance of getting elementary. But seeing that Sherlock has already spent one feint, there's lesser chances of his pet attack getting fainted. And
Yeah,
is
maybe it just
Pat gonna die?
shows. Maybe it shows that Caesar is wanting Pat to die off relatively
Yep.
soon. You know. But yeah, Ben, I'm a little surprised too that we didn't see Achilles just hit Watson with the test. I mean, if it went undefended, it would have been 4 damage. But of course, since it's 2 separate combats, after Watson took the 1, he could have defended against the 3.
Mm-hmm. That's certainly true. It's just
Chad chose to end Sherlock adjacent to Patroclus here, opening up to an attack first.
Ooh.
Okay.
Does Pat
the
die?
counter
I don't
punch.
think
Pat
we
is
see Pat die
definitely
because
Yeah, I think he wants to get one more
Not
Pat
gonna
card out.
boost it. Yeah.
so the Day of Your
Yeah.
Doom is optional. The other
Right.
one is mandatory, but this one is optional. So I think Caesar is gonna not boost it because he still has the other one in hand that we know of, and that other one is the one that deals 2 auto damage, and that's
Yeah, but if he attacks with him now, then it's quite dangerous because he'll be left with no cards in hand.
mhm.
Yeah, I think you also want to see Watson go down before Patroclus, ideally, just so you're kind of in a one-on-one situation and Sherlock's left with a lot of dead cards. Achilles fine with the dead Patroclus cards because he can just chase him around with boost fodder. You're anticipating Sherlock running away anyway and scheming and just forcing you to come into him. So I think you definitely want to get Watson out of the way.
The thing is,
Yeah,
like,
and so I think he's still
Sherlock's
he's
out,
still deciding whether or not he wants to boost the Day of Your Doom by taking the 2, because he's attacking into a counterpunch. So counterpunch is automatically going to deal 2 damage to Pat with the after combat effect since they are adjacent. So Pat is currently at 4. He's going to be taking 2 from counterpunch. So if he boosts Day of Your Doom, it's Pat is dead right here, and
Right.
he misses out on that other Pat card. But if that other Pat card is one of the 2 discards, you know, that's
That's
pretty.
fine.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's fine. That's what you want to see.
I think the concern is that he's standing in Watson's zone, and Sherlock is out of maneuver range unless he takes a boost, but Watson can open up on Achilles with an attack here, so maybe he doesn't want to lose the only defense card he might be holding.
Yeah. Because he might have the service revolver, right? Which is
Right.
5 undefended damage.
Yeah, you don't want to take 5 to the mouth.
Nope. So you got to imagine Achilles is going to maneuver here, right? But what's Pat going to do? Is he going to hold the pin? Is he going to back off? Because being only at 2 health, Sherlock... Oh, it's Sherlock's turn now. Wow.
Yep.
So Watson's
Whoa.
attacking Pat, I think.
Uh-oh.
So it's risky to even defend at 2 health because unless you play a skirmish on defense, which is a
Now he's
really
even
important card.
considering to defend.
Yeah, because whatever you play, the rest of your hand is getting discarded almost certainly, so...
And we know one of them is a Pat card.
Depends on what Sherlock's attack is, because, I mean,
I think it was
if
Watson.
he's... Oh,
Yeah.
okay, it's Watson. Okay, I don't have their audio going.
Yeah, but either way,
Probably
both of
turn
them
it
have 5s, right? And
Right, exactly, either way.
so if you're going to defend Pat at all, it better be a skirmish. Otherwise, you're
Yep.
not going to live, most likely. Like, you can't afford to throw... Oof.
Takes it.
Chad got the easy kill, too, because that's going to give healing, 1 point of healing to both Watson and Holmes because
Yeah,
they are
that's really
adjacent. That
painful.
was... Yeah, that hurt a lot.
Alright, let's see how Achilles is so sad now and what he drops in his grief.
Yep, so he does have to discard 2 random cards, so I believe they'll just roll a die. So there's 1. We're going to lose. That's what you want to see for Caesar.
Happy to see that.
Fine, that's fine.
And coin flip here.
Yep.
We'll do odds or evens. This is odds. That's
See whether it's a defense.
It's going to be this one here. What do we get?
odds.
Oh my gosh, he got both of them.
That was perfect.
All the
for
Pat
Achilles.
cards are out.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
That's what you want as Achilles.
That's great, that's great.
Wow.
You got
wow,
on
I
that
want
one
to
with-
sound biased. but Let's go Achilles.
Achilles got unlucky with those 2 battle hardenings getting lost earlier, but he's moving up here with the lucky random discards.
Mhm. Now, Achilles is on the clock, right? He's going to most likely fatigue because his ability is going to
Yep.
draw him a lot of cards. But a lot of Sherlock's defenses, as we talked about, negate, essentially, attacks. So if the attacks are being negated, Achilles is not winning the combat, and so if he's not dealing the damage, he doesn't have to draw, which is good for him.
I would actually boost into an attack here because Sherlock will just keep running away now.
Yeah, it's hard because he only had the one card. If he was at 2, maybe he's more comfortable because he's assuming he's probably gonna win the combat and regenerate that card that he spent. But a little scarier when you're lacking. See if he has anything to boost in there with.
Now's when we're going to start
Actually
seeing the
helps.
loops of Sherwood come into play and really,
Yep.
really hurt Achilles.
Uh,
He's just chasing. He's got to get to center
That's
stage, I think, the center of the map. But he's at 5 cards right now, so he can afford to do a double maneuver on his following turn and take center stage right there in that tri-zone blue, brown, and yellowish space. And from there, the next turn, he will draw to 8, and he'll be able to boost in and make an attack.
I don't think he can afford another turn of double maneuvering really.
Yeah, he's already pulling ahead in deck count.
Mm-hmm. And Sherlock has a lot of passes. That's part of what makes him so menacing, because he not only knocks out your resources with all of his discards, but he has a lot of passes, so he's really good in fatigue, and he's got fantastic defenses to be able to withstand till the late game and pull all of those schemes off.
And Watson staying alive too means more opportunities to get some healing.
Ooh, great defense though by Achilles. So Hermes is going to let him move first, and then Sherlock gets to move 3 spaces with his attack card.
Is it
now
worth
Achilles-
delivering the finishing blow to Watson here, or do you want to pursue Sherlock?
I think it is, because Watson still has 2 guns left and 2 administer aids left, plus the 1 copy of fixed point.
Yeah, I was going to
Watson's
say
highest block is a 3, correct?
Yep.
I was going to say it might not be worth it because they're so split on opposite ends of the map, but we did see Chad accidentally drop a administer aid earlier when he went to confirm suspicion, so that would be a lost cause if Achilles were just to go to Sherlock, because Watson will just warp over to him and then continue to be a pain.
Yeah, and he does deliver the finishing blow with a feint, which is good play from him. So not expending too high of a value card. Feints are somewhat useless in this matchup anyway, so really nice that he's able to get it out there.
And now we are on the opposite ends of Sherwood again.
Yep.
The nice thing is Achilles still has all 3 copies of his under Achilles' helm.
Yeah, that's huge. So under Achilles' helm, a 4 value boost card that Achilles is going to be searching for to help him hunt Sherlock down, hopefully.
He just gets to the center, I guess.
Yeah, he's
Or
got
boost
no
it and
choice.
spear throw, possibly.
He could boost and spear. That is an option, since spear only relies on being in the same zone. But that is the center space right there where he's currently at. So he is set up for, to go on the offensive next turn. But the problem, I think, with this map, and Chad chose it for this reason, is that you get to boost in, you get to make an attack that one turn, and then Sherlock gets to double maneuver, and now you're in the same position, essentially, but you're not in the center of the stage anymore.
Yep. Ooh, it's gonna be tough. He's already burning down to 12 cards. I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
the
going to be
odds
tough.
are stacked against Achilles. Yeah.
But it also depends, right? Watson died early. There are potentially a lot of dead cards in Sherlock's deck that are Watson-specific, and he has a lot of schemes. So if Achilles can make some aggressive pushes, he might be able to catch Sherlock without defenses, or at least without quality defenses, and be able to get some big, big damage that can swing the game in his favor.
One reason he dropped the under Achilles helm here, even though he couldn't attack Sherlock, is probably because he's afraid of a confirm hitting for, 4 damage? Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge.
That's like 1/3 of Achilles' health now.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that interaction, huh? So if without battle hardens or feints in his hand, if he calls out the 2 with the confirmed suspicion, yeah, that's a brutal 4 damage.
So they're going to see a Wily fighting used on defense against the 5. The game is afoot, so Wily will deal 1 to Sherlock since they're adjacent, and then game is afoot triggers after, letting Sherlock move 3 spaces.
Chad had both of those games afoot in the top half of his deck, so giving him extra mobility in the early half of this game is really painful for Achilles.
Yep.
Now I hope we see Caesar boosting into the the center space.
Finally
exactly.
in range to boost in and get an attack off, so this is where he can start pressuring, see what he's got.
Something I want to point out too with positioning is that if he would have ended 1 space down here where he still would be adjacent, it wouldn't be quite as good because Sherlock can run more easily. But because he went to the center space, now if Sherlock moves a single space, they're still adjacent, so it's much easier for Achilles to get to him. So oftentimes 1 space of positioning makes a big difference. But we see Achilles throwing out one of his big cards, the Brothers in Arms, which is not gaining the action because Pat has been defeated. So it's just a 4, but that bumps up to a 6. But it looks like Chad did play Elementary face up, which he predicts the value, predicted a 4, and thus ignores all effects and value of the opponent's card. So full block, great call out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Caesar didn't attack with a double attack there because he would have gotten a defense out of Sherlock's hand and not drawn any cards and then had a 5 value swing coming in.
Yep, and one of the best defenses at that, right? Elementary is primo.
Because we most likely won't see Sherlock defend with a feint. Yeah, because if you imagine you defend a feint against a Brothers in Arms, which is now a 6 or a skirmish, it's too painful.
Yep.
So I guess he just didn't have the test in hand.
And this is one of the parts you're actually kind of okay with Watson dying in a matchup like this where you're just constantly on the run, is the service revolver has some nice boost value, so just giving you that extra gas to run around, you don't mind throwing it away because it's already dead anyways, so...
Yep.
Still no spears, but I guess you don't need to play it now also. Since Better Harden is off.
Yeah, he's in a pretty good position right now where Achilles is because he should be able to boost and reach Sherlock, I think, wherever he goes.
Unless he boosts and move again with another service revolver.
Yeah, Chad had to boost right there, but it still only gets him into a single maneuver range. He's going to have to boost again. He does have the second service revolver. That hurts. Because now, even if Achilles wants to get in the same zone to spear, he has to use a helm yet again to get into the dark green there.
And this is the Sherlock problem.
That's right.
Won't be a problem once Moon Knight's out.
Then we have the Moon Knight problem. That's for a later date to discuss.
Well, we did see Sherlock lose on Sherwood against Robin Hood before, but that's because...
Yeah, you're at your hand, correct, Sojo? I witnessed that murder in the corridor. That was some brutal stuff. The difference being Robin Hood has all the outlaws to kind of trap him in a little bit better. He's not so contingent on them, like living or dying at a certain time like Pat. You can kind of cast a net around him in a way.
Yeah, Go ahead.
Yeah, that's actually what I love about Unmatched, because the maps can mean so different for each hero, and not just that, but your starting position also determines so much also. So yeah, people are already calculating the number of possibilities with all the new roster of heroes coming in from Marvel. But if you want to factor in like each matchup on each different map, it goes absolutely crazy. And yeah, that's what makes Unmatched really fun and
definitely
have a whole depth of strategy and tactics.
Yep, as we can see, you mentioned, Zahn, that Caesar he's comfortable with Achilles into Sherlock, but when you put him on a map like this, it's just such an uphill battle. Like Chad is just boosting away, maneuvering perfectly fine doing so because he still has a lot of discards left, and Achilles is already down on the deck count, and down in life as well. So the map, it makes such a big impact.
This is a boost with this.
Yep.
Boosting with an Achilles heel. Just trying to set up a little more central position, get a little closer. He's going to be overdrawing anyway, so you might as well boost with him, right?
Yep.
He's going to boost again here with whatever he wants to throw away. It's going to be
all the
no.
high value stuff. Yeah, but it also just means that it's getting much harder for you to catch up to Sherlock.
Yep. Yeah, I think the biggest thing with Sherlock that makes him so frustrating is his ability to deal damage from schemes when he's all the way on the opposite end of the map. Right? He doesn't have to be in the same zone or anything. Confirmed Suspicion just hits regardless, and that's one of the most frustrating things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially in a matchup like this.
That was a pretty good Master of Disguise. It puts Achilles on the sort of the corner of the map.
Yep.
Granted, it was second action, so Achilles still can maneuver up and hit him.
Yeah, not much to say or analyze here. A lot of Sherlock running, pulling cards. It was really fortunate
Sherlock
that he had
doing
those
Sherlock
revolvers.
things.
Yeah, Sherlock being Sherlock. It was really fortunate that he had both of those Watson cards to boost with, and to have those the game is afoot so early on.
Yeah, he's going to boost with a skirmish here. He's going to get in and attack, but he's already at 4 cards in deck, so at this point, even any damage that he's getting is essentially 2 damage back to himself in the long run because fatigue's going to start kicking in.
And the counter punch to top it all off. The cherry on top.
Yeah.
And a second counter punch. Oh my lord.
So the first hit of the test was a 3 value into a 3 value counter punch. So 2 damage to Achilles, none to Sherlock. Second hit was a 5 value relentless assault from the double attack into another counter punch. So 2-2 trade there.
I think Chad still needs to take 2 damage.
He does need to take the 2 damage.
There you go.
And then Achilles had to draw off of that, winning that second combat.
No, was that?
No, I think it's fine.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep, we got it correct.
Yeah, me neither. The smart thing for me to do is this.
So with such a health difference, you know, Sherlock's up in deck count. It's pretty hopeless for Achilles at this point, unfortunately.
Yeah, you don't like to count it out until the game's all said and done, but looking pretty bleak for our man in the helm.
Yep. So Chad, he's really just considering all the cards remaining from Achilles and what he can boost with. He doesn't want to leave himself open. You know, even
spear throw.
Yeah, spear throw or helm or whatever. He's trying to just make it as difficult as possible for Achilles to do anything, and that's what Sherlock does best. He just makes you have a miserable time.
So I guess not to jump the gun too preemptively, but what map does Achilles want for Game 3 into Wukong?
That's
I know he's thinking about he's thinking about Gardens. He's thinking about Herod. And
I think Herod
I also
would
did
probably
suggest
be
to
best.
him I also did suggest to him Paddock also. So it might be one of these 3.
Yeah, Paddock's nice because there's very few loops where Wukong.
You just want to take him somewhere pretty tight, right?
Yeah.
Somewhere small. Can force up a lot of adjacency on either of those maps as well, so can kill off some extra clones with Wily fighting.
Yeah,
I could see that.
Yeah, that might be an argument against Herod, I guess, because Herod sort of becomes like corridor fighting, pretty easily.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we'll say.
Of course, on Paddock you could probably just spread out the clones. Although you can do that on any, and then just Wily.
Confirm suspicion
So
on
he
a
confirms,
4.
so he names a 4. Caesar discards a 4 being the skirmish and takes only a single damage because of the low boost value, but Again, that's a big attack gone. We see all
Doesn't
the
really matter.
all the double
Achilles
attacks
is
are
out of
gone.
cards in deck, so
Yeah, he comes in
Pretty
and hits
much-
an attack here and wins, then he just does 2 damage to himself.
Yeah.
So
Every
counter
swing.
punches.
Yeah, so he plays the
Spear
Spear
Throw.
Throw, gets to deal the 2 damage to Sherlock since they are in the same zone. And it is a pass there, so he didn't have to maneuver and take damage. But Sherlock's just going to double maneuver, double boost, I would believe, here. And, oh, he can actually just force an attack, I guess. Either it does damage or Achilles wins and draws a card, essentially taking 2 damage from fatigue. Deduce.
Ooh.
So here, interesting interaction here because Feint normally cancels effects, but because of Sherlock's ability, all of his own Holmes and Watson cards cannot be canceled, so this Deduce strategy gets to change the Feint from the 2 printed value to the 1 boost value and
That
deal
is
the
an
2
interesting
damage.
interaction. Yeah, that's a cool one. Second Spear Throw. Go down swinging.
Spear and yeah, let's see.
Might
let's
as well
see a
make
big
it look
at 6.
closer.
Double attack. Double attack.
So Wiley,
Takes it
1, 2,
undefended.
3, 4,
What
3
is
damage
this
from combat.
disrespect?
3 from
What is
combat,
this
1 from
disrespect?
reaction.
Yeah, so Achilles forced to draw because he won the combat as his passive ability.
Yeah, I think this match really came down to that early play.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
And, sorry, I wanted to like scheme
Right,
and
let's
do
listen to
stuff,
what
but I
they
couldn't.
have to say.
I didn't have like. I felt good defense to like be able to run up and attack you. And here, I'll show you. Here's where my this confirm right here was the card I drew right before that, card number 5. So I had these just on the bottom of my deck. So you know, yeah. I mean that was just.
This map was very difficult.
Yeah, I don't know what you. Yeah, I don't really know what you do differently. I hadn't played the matchup before, so that's why I chose Sherlock right now. If I don't know, it seems pretty tough for Achilles, so maybe I should have chose Wukong for this map or for this match. I mean,
Yep,
but
that's
we
true.
got one more, so we'll go ahead and we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I mean, not much to say. That was pretty cut and dry Sherlock, I feel. So,
Couldn't have
all
said it
right,
better myself, Chad.
sounds
Cut
good.
and dry Sherlock, just.
Let's see.
Like you heard him say, Ethan, there you go. Cut and dry Sherlock, right? It's just Sherlock doing what he does best. And
Yeah, anyone wondering, looking for a textbook example of how to play Sherlock, you just saw it right there in action.
Yep. Now, one thing I do want to point out is that Sherlock, if you give to a new player who doesn't know what they're doing with him, he can crumble, right? It's just
Yes.
that when you know how to play Sherlock really well and you're like a top level player like these guys are, it's just he's so incredibly oppressive. His power level jumps significantly when you know how to play him properly, and because of that, he is probably one of the hardest Big 3 members to play, but he's probably the best one, the most oppressive once you get playing at that level. I mentioned the Big 3. I guess we haven't talked about that yet on the stream so far, but for anybody unfamiliar, the Big 3 are basically Sherlock, Medusa, and Bigfoot. And we call them that because they were highly considered to be the top 3 fighters in the game for the longest time. Until Battle of Legends Volume 2 came into the mix, and then things have gotten shaken up. Everyone's got their own opinions. I personally think Yananga is probably number 1, but Wukong's up there, and Bigfoot has been falling because I think Yananga and Wukong both have great matchups into him. But
Yeah,
anyways,
absolutely.
yeah, I mean, Sherlock is Sherlock. He's feared for a reason. He's usually always banned. But just interestingly enough, in this match, we see Caesar banning Sinbad because he had Yananga. And this is a common thing we've been seeing. Previously, like Summer of Legends, we would always see Sherlock banned almost every time. But now we're seeing people actually get more plays with him because of the Sinbad-Yananga matchup. Because that's so heavily Sinbad favored that the Yananga player, Yananga actually does well into Sherlock. So a lot of times they're okay leaving Sherlock up, and he's been seeing a lot more play because of that.
I would say the particular reason that match is so hard is because Achilles is very one-dimensional. He wants to run at you, he wants to hit you really hard. People with like these additional action games or can do kind of a more gimmicky thing, or just range fighters in general who can pressure him without having to expend so many resources running after him, have a much better time. So it just seems really, really difficult there because it's just melee on melee fighter. Sherlock is just fine, totally running away because he knows if Achilles does close the gap, okay, he's taking some damage, but he's probably doing something in return with a counter punch, or Achilles is drawing an additional card, so he has no problem playing like that because it's a matchup in which he can get away with it.
Yep, 100% agree. It's just it's a tough, you know, any melee fighter is tough into Sherlock, especially because we saw Patroclus die off so early. It just really took away Caesar's positioning options, and Sherlock was easily able to just run away. So I think in that matchup, you probably actually want to keep Pat alive for quite some time, at least for the position advantage. Maybe kill off Watson like you talked about, Ben, and try to hold a pin, Ethan, like you mentioned. So yeah, it's a tough one. The early game just didn't pan out for Caesar the way he would have liked, but that's okay. We're going to Game 3. Everybody loves a Game 3, of course, and more Unmatched is always better, right? So we're going to see Achilles into Wukong as the matchup, and Caesar is going to get the advantage with map and position. So we had talked about that a little bit on what we think might be played, being something like Herot or Raptor Paddock, or potentially those ones are good for tight spaces, right? Close quarters. But then we might also see Hanging Gardens, like Zahn mentioned, because that's going to provide the attack buffs that Achilles might need in order to just get that extra damage over the top of Wukong's defenses. Because if he, defends with a Sly Monkey, it's only a 2 value, and if Achilles hits with a 4 that then becomes a 5, that's huge damage. So we're going to see. It's going to be interesting. I don't know what map they're going to go to yet. But eager to find out. You got to assume Achilles is going to start first, right? No matter what map it is, 100%, no question, Achilles is starting first. He's got to get that early aggression, get those big hits in, put the pressure on Wukong's health total, and then because Wukong doesn't have any cancels, maybe you can finish it out with some spears. So before we get into the matchup, let's go ahead and, again, anybody joining for the first time who may be unfamiliar with how this game is played, we got a short video for you just describing the details, the basics of Unmatched.
Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals.
All right, so that's how you play Unmatched. It's a very easy game to get into, very difficult to master, and it's just a fantastic game. So if you have not tried this game yet, I highly recommend it. But for all of those of you who are familiar with the game, we are going into the Game 3 of the semifinals here between Chadicular and Caesar. And it's going to be Achilles versus Sun Wukong. So we are still waiting on the map that's going to be played. There's probably a lot of deliberation by Caesar on what he thinks is going to be the best. But while we wait for that, we can go ahead and check out some of the decks. We'll go ahead and start with Achilles and see what he's all about. So, Ethan, you want to go ahead and run us through Achilles?
Good thing. So, we did go over these cards briefly before the last match, but they're going to be used in a little bit of a different manner here, I believe, versus Wukong. So the under Achilles Helm, you saw it mostly used last game for the boost fodder, so Achilles could chase Sherlock around. But the actual purpose of the card is to swap Achilles and Patroclus' place in combat, so Patroclus is the one taking damage. So it's another way to kind of kill Patroclus off, which I don't think he'll really struggle with into Wukong, but a way to put him in a position next to Wukong potentially so he can attack him twice on a following turn. So you might see a little bit of mind gaming there with the Helm, or it could be used for its high boost value. Battle Frenzy, probably the stronger of the two Patroclus cards in this matchup. Again, Wukong having no way to cancel after combat effects. This card is going to deal 2 damage to both fighters in the combat. So Patroclus as well as Wukong if he's able to land it on his actual hero. Brothers in Arms is the 4 value action gain attack if Patroclus is not defeated. Also a nice card to use early on just to knock some clones down, maneuver Patroclus to safety, or Achilles if he is the one in front. So very, very useful card in this matchup. The Hermes card, 2 copies of this 3 value versatile that after combat, Achilles and Patroclus can both move three spaces through opposing fighters. So that is Achilles' go-to card to penetrate the clone wall and to close the gap on Wukong if it becomes an issue. So very, very key card in this matchup. That's probably one of the ones that Sun Wukong will be looking for with the fiery eyes to bury it at the bottom of Achilles' deck if he can. And then Skirmish, pretty common card that we've seen in a lot of Unmatched decks. It's a 4 value versatile, so attack or defense. After combat, if you were the one who won, you get to move either fighter 2 spaces. So another sort of mobility card. A lot of mobility options that Achilles will probably get off in this matchup, just needs to use them efficiently to get in there and deal damage to Wukong early on, I believe. And then Spear Throw, his 2 damage scheme card, and Battle Hardened. So yeah, this will probably be pretty crucial as well. We talked about it last game, how Battle Hardened, the 2 value versatile, lets you choose a card in your discard and put it back in your hand. So he is able to endlessly cycle that card because Wukong can't cancel its effect. So he can either create a chain, cycling both Battle Hardens back and forth, or bringing back that Spear Throw to guarantee 8 effective damage through the Spear Throw schemes over the duration of the game.
Yep, and like we mentioned, Wukong doesn't have any feints, right? He has no cancels, so the Battle Hardened loop is infinite, guaranteed.
Yep. Absolutely.
So that's a huge, huge threat. Another card I want to point out for this matchup specifically is going to be Wily Fighting. So we'll get that pulled up on screen here. And if you look at Wily Fighting, it deals 1 damage to each opposing fighter adjacent to your fighter. And so that is going to be one of the key cards for killing off the clones for free, because if a clone comes in to attack, you can defend with the Wily Fighting, and since they're adjacent, clones are melee, the Wily Fighting will kill it off and potentially allow an opening for Achilles to move in on his turn. Since he played this on defense, kills the clone, he moves in, gets an attack on Wukong himself. So I think that's going to be key. This is a very similar matchup like we saw with Sherlock, where he's just going to have to use movement effects and whatnot to get through, but this Wily Fighting almost acts as an additional effect that's going to allow him to get through the clone wall. So I think that's going to be a key card here in the matchup as well.
I do want to point one more thing out here. So you mentioned Wily Fighting, John, as a good way to clear out clones, and Battle Hardened being unfeintable. Battle Hardened usually want to grab Spear Throws, because then you can just use Spear Throws as passes that also kill clones. Yeah, you're losing the 1 damage into Wukong, but you're keeping Wukong off the clone count. So that's another card that we like to see clearing off clones. And Battle Hardened, you can sort of use your discard pile as a toolbox to, maybe if you know Wukong has like a couple 72s left, you can pull back feints to try to keep him off more Phoenix forms, or maybe pull back more Wilies, so that way you can take out a couple of clones potentially. So
yeah, you have a lot of options to pull things back with the Battle Hardened here, especially because it's always going to go through and trigger. So it's really just going to be dependent on the game state and what the win condition is or what the goal is at that point in time for Achilles.
Exactly, Ethan.
Yep, so let's go ahead and take a look at Wukong's deck yet again. I know we had seen this earlier in the stream, but we're going to see a second appearance. So, Zahn, you want to run us through Sun Wukong?
Yep. Okay, so first thing it's the pronunciation of a lot of people pronounce it as Sun Wukong, but it's actually Sun Wukong. And well, he's the trickster god from Chinese mythology. So, and just like his archetype, he's really all about the mind game. So one big thing about playing Unmatched, or at least the biggest fun that you get when you play Unmatched is, hey, when you put down an attack and you don't know what it is, the opponent don't know what it is, and Wukong just takes this interaction to the maximum. And you can see this with that Ox form. Look, there's a 7 attack, which is at the biggest absolute number that we've seen in this game so far as an attack. And 7 attack by itself is pretty okay. But you see the card that's right next to it, the Ruyi Jingku Bang. So Ruyi Jingku Bang, it actually means a golden band that can do anything you want. So in mythology, it can grow very big, it can grow very small, stuff like that. So in this case, what it does is that if you defend against the first attack, you get hit with a 4. But the problem is that if you're getting attacked by Wukong, you do not know whether it is an Ox form, a 7, or it could be this Ruyi Jinggu Bang. And you can happily say that the best defense against this Ruyi Jinggu Bang is actually not to defend against it. If you don't defend it, you're just going to take 7 damage, which is going to be more than likely going to be 1/3 of your health or more. So other interesting tricks you can do is, hey, look at that Bewilderment card. Looks familiar because it's the same one as the one you'll find for Merlin, teleporting all over the map. 72 transformations, which enables all his tricks as well. So the Ox forms, yes, he can, depending on the game state, he can bring back more Ox forms to play more mind games with you. Or he can do that Phoenix form thing, where for each clone that he has, he actually heals 1 health. So, and also in mythology, how Wukong actually gets his clones out is he actually plucks out one of his hair, then he throws it out, and then that hair becomes a clone of himself. So in this game-wise, it's kind of similar. So at the start of every turn, Wukong has the choice to lose 1 health to spawn a clone, and these clones basically act as if you notice, all of his cards are any cards, so all his clones can do all that funny tricks. So yeah, that's Wukong. He's going to frustrate you. He's going to play maximum mind games, but he can also adapt to the situation at hand, pulling back Phoenix form, Ox forms, or the defensive equivalent, which is Tortoise form. And yeah, so one interesting thing about this matchup of Wukong against Achilles, it's the monkey versus the angry man. So the monkey's game plan is to just keep spitting out clones to get in the way of the angry man that's trying to get to the monkey god. So how we see Wukong succeed, it's how successful in this aspect, how many clones he can put between himself and the angry man. Yep. And
Great points.
that's it for Wukong.
So one more thing I want to bring up on screen here is the Golden Chainmail defense card, because like Bewilderment, preventing all combat damage, that one we saw being better against Yanenga because of the movement effect, because of Yanenga's combo ability. But in this matchup, I think the Golden Chainmail is actually a little bit more important because it's a 4-value defense that reverses essentially any combat damage that Wukong would be taking, or a clone as well. Yeah. So when Achilles is angry, if Pat has died off and he's got that +2 buff on his attacks, if he hits with a 4 that is buffed up to a 6, that's going to be 2 damage reflected back at Achilles because of Golden Chainmail, and it can be used again on a clone or Wukong. So even if Achilles is just trying to hit through a clone to get an easy hit and clear it off, the Chainmail might come back at him. So I think that's a really impactful one in the matchup.
Definitely.
Okay, so it looks like we do have the map that they're going to be playing on, and it is going to be Heorot. So, Zahn, I mean, you were right. This was one of the ones you called out. And as we see on Heorot, a cool thing here is you can see the doors that are highlighted in green there. Now, the way the doors work is that they start all open, and then you can, during a maneuver action specifically, when you're adjacent to any of those open spaces connected to the door, you can close it for free. And then if a door is closed during a maneuver action, you can spend one of your movement points to open it. And the doors cut off adjacency as well as the zone connections between the spaces separated by the doors. So if we look at the top, for example, that red and orange space, and then the door right below it, it is no longer considered adjacent to the orange space to the bottom right of it and the red-yellow space to the bottom left, as well as it is not considered in the same zone. So if Achilles was in that top space in the red and Wukong was in one of the red spaces, one of the red yellows inside the building here, he would not be able to use the spear throw because it's not considered to be in the same zone. So that's just a fun mechanic that Herot introduces in particular, and it could be very impactful many times, especially in ranged matchups, which this is not ranged, it's melee versus melee, but it still can be very impactful with the movement considerations and positioning. So I think, Zahn, the reason we're seeing this is, like you mentioned, we want something tight, a tight map that Achilles can easily get to Wukong when he wants to and not have to get blocked too much by the clone wall. So we'll see if that ends up working out for him. It really can go either way. I think this is an uphill matchup for Achilles, but I have seen it done before. And another thing I just want to keep calling back to this is that both of these players debuted in the Battle of Legends Volume 2 Release Rumble tournament, and they both did very well in that tournament. And in that event, we had players only using the 4 Battle of Legends Volume 2 fighters, being Wukong, Achilles, Yanenga, and Bloody Mary. And this matchup came up a lot. And so I'm sure both of these players are very... very experienced in this matchup. And so although it is an uphill battle for Achilles, I think Caesar has the experience to know how to play it and might be able to sneak out the win here. So I think it's still anybody's game, especially with Caesar being first, most likely first starting position, right? And with the map choice.
Yeah, as Zahn mentioned last game, the depth and the dynamic of this game, how much it shifts based on starting position, based on map choice, is all very highly impactful, especially at this level of play. So any slight edge can make all the difference. So simply just starting first on a tight map, that might be all Caesar needs to jump in and get the job done.
Definitely.
Yep, and also Caesar is very well versed with Herod. Yeah, if you look at his plays, he does play this sometimes, and yeah, in our preparations also, he knows that this is one of the maps that he has mapped out all the positionings very well also, so
Okay.
he's quite familiar with it.
Comfort map, so to speak.
Yeah, that is very important. Comfort picks in this game, especially moving forward, because there's going to be so many new fighters and maps released. Nobody's going to have experience with everything, so sometimes, the best way is just to go for comfort, because if you're thrown into a new situation, new matchup, whatever, that you don't have experience with, it's very easy to make misplays, and misplays are what lose you games in Unmatched. So, yeah, the comfort is very important. And it looks like the players are ready, so let's jump into Vorpal and we'll watch Game 3. It all comes down to this.
We're good to go.
Yep.
Alright.
Yeah, so no surprise here. Achilles opting for the first position like we anticipated. Wukong is going to keep his starting hand, which is always a little bit worrisome.
Good defenses.
Yep, it is, like you said, Ethan, it's worrisome when the second player keeps their hand because they're obviously comfortable with the defenses that they have. And so you're just hoping as the Achilles player here to draw into a better hand of offensive pressure cards.
And also for
One
people
thing that is
oh, go ahead.
One thing that this map has going for Wukong are the doors actually, because for the fact that he can potentially have up to 3 clones, and that means that you have more chances to shut doors and just generally be a nuisance to Achilles.
Yeah, more bodies to interact with the door with, essentially.
Yep.
That is very impactful here. Now, a really interesting thing, again, the same question with Achilles, right? When do you want Pat to die if you're Achilles, and when do you want him to die as Wukong? And my personal take on this matchup in particular is that Achilles wants Pat to live basically the entire game. I think once Achilles dies, or once Patroclus dies off, Achilles is much too one-dimensional, as you mentioned, Ethan. He can only run at him and attack, and just hitting into clones is just going to eat through your decks so quickly that I don't think there's any coming back. So this was a fantastic opening, though.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good point, Zero or John. The Patroclus does not want to die early here for Achilles. It's one of the few matchups where that's the case. Normally, you want him to die at some point, but this is one of those games where you almost don't want him to die at all.
And it looks like Chad knows that is sort of how Achilles wants to play, because he's choosing
Wiley.
to spawn right next to him. Uses the Bewilderment to go one space away from him so he can instantly spawn the clone and launch an attack off onto Patroclus.
Wow, look at this aggression. So we see the double attack
I love
coming
it.
out. We see the double attack Jingu Bang hitting into the Wily, so Wily kills off the clone for the first combat. Second combat is the Tricked You, and then that is defended with a Skirmish by Patroclus, which allows the Skirmish to move Patroclus in. And wow, a lot of offensive pressure going on by Achilles right now. That's exactly what you want to see. Going back to that first combat interaction, for anybody who missed it, Chad defended with a Bewilderment, which Caesar had thrown a Battle Frenzy in on attack. So that's going to automatically deal 2 auto damage, we call it, to both of the fighters in the combat. So even though Bewilderment prevented all the combat damage, Wukong still had to take the 2 damage from the auto damage effect of the Battle Frenzy.
Yeah,
So
that's the optimal Patroclus card to play in that scenario. It's exactly what you want to see as the Achilles player.
yeah, this is a fantastic start. Chad,
Keeping
very
the
smart,
pressure on.
very smart to go to this space here, because now he can get pinned, but he would still have an open space to spawn the clone.
Nice.
Wow.
Into a 4 here, so no damage gets reflected. Patroclus is still alive, so he's going to gain the action from the Brothers in Arms. So he has another action available this turn.
Another just fantastic combat interaction for Caesar. The biggest thing,
and
too, is
throwing
that... Yeah, the chainmail, two of these ultimate blue defense cards have already been used, so if Pat does die off, Achilles may be able to land enough big damage over the other defenses to close out the game because of this fantastic start.
Like you said,
Oh,
you're utilizing
putting a clone there is-
that empty space in the corner, even though he is in a pin situation, still able to spawn a clone out.
Yep.
Yeah, Caesar might went in for the pin there because he's probably smelling blood with the golden chainmail and bewilderment already getting played.
Ooh.
So I got to
Box
imagine
one.
this is going into Pat right now, and so Pat has to boost. The Under Achilles Helm would be a fantastic boost. It would prevent all damage, being a 4 boost value, if he has it. But I know many of Achilles' other cards are low boost values, so ditching a card and keeping Pat alive at only 1 singular health could be very, very risky.
It was risky also spawning the clone here because Achilles might have another Wily in hand.
Look at
And
that,
he has the helm to
helm.
block the full Ox form. Wow.
This couldn't... I don't think you could ask for a better start by Caesar
I
here.
think this is the start you're praying for as Achilles.
And now Chad has one more action, but he moved Pat back with the Blessed by Hermes effect, so if Wukong wanted to attack, it would have to have been into Achilles, which is, kind of a fruitless attack. So Chad just choosing to maneuver, gain the card, so he's got a little bit of hand advantage here, and put the clone in the way so Pat can't get into Wukong. So now it's going to be a critical moment, I think, for Caesar. What does he do here? Does he back off, or does he go in? And he looks like he's just continuing the aggression. So he's not going to boost this since the clone went undefended. And now he gets to go back to the same pin scenario if he wants to, but I think I would actually rather see him back off.
Nope, just go in. You're a
Go
raptor.
in. I know, Zahn, that's your preference. You're a very aggressive Raptors lover here. But so one thing, though, to consider is that we've already seen one of the Oxes go out, so Pat probably can afford to take an undefended attack.
Yeah. Taunting Laughter pretty much is going to force you to eat a card anyway, so you take that undefended. Wily would be painful if he takes that undefended, because it would kill. But everything else, I think you're fine seeing it get thrown out here. And yeah, clone into Pat here.
Bane if you have it, I guess.
Or Wily might be good, because it would clear that clone out of the way and deal 1 to Wukong. Keep the pressure up.
Yeah, Wiley would be fantastic here. I think he's really
Although-
probably the biggest consideration is does he even defend or not.
Dang it. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh, and he
gosh,
takes
the
calls
Ryu.
it out.
Nice. Mwahaha.
Chad
Love
is
it.
not happy about that one.
No, that's really, really painful.
This is just textbook perfection by Achilles right now.
Now Achilles smells blood.
And Achilles, or maybe not.
That sounds like
Looks like we are having a little bit of technical difficulties for a second, so we're going to cut back to the commentator screen just for a moment while we get that worked out.
Patroclus will attack.
Yeah, what do you guys think about the start that Caesar is having here? It's just, it couldn't be better, right?
It's almost like a perfect reflection of the Sherlock game, where Sherlock got both Battle Hardens out of his hand right away, which is almost what Achilles needs to win that matchup. And here, Achilles is almost getting the things out of Wukong's hand that Wukong needs to win the matchup.
Yeah, and listening to the audios of the players, it sounds like Patroclus is attacking into Wukong again. And Chad, it sounds like he's deliberating over if he wants to block it or not. Or with what.
I hope it's a double attack.
Yeah, that's
not-
one other thing we didn't really touch on. In this matchup, you almost want to use the double attacks as early as possible before Pat's dead, because otherwise it represents you most likely drawing 2 cards off of them, because most of Wukong's defenses are 2s, with the exception of those big ones.
Yeah, forcing him on the back foot since he lacks the card draw early is also a great way to put him at a deficit. So forcing undefended attacks, forcing him to expend cards early is exactly what you want.
Okay, so that was my first action. My second action.
Okay, looks like we got things back up. We did miss a little bit of the gameplay, but you guys were listening in, correct? Did you hear what?
Didn't hear what Chad blocked with, but I know that it's his turn.
All right.
It looks like Pat is dead.
Oh my gosh, Pat's dead. What did we
Wow.
miss? Oh, it was the second ox form. If you look,
2
there's the
ox
ox.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
What card
so
did
here
he attack
comes.
with if you pan over to the Achilles cards?
Looks like 2 Achilles heels are gone. Not bad discards, but only 2 Pat cards used. I guess there's going to be 2 dead ones.
And Achilles has no cards in hand, so upon Patroclus dying, Achilles is forced to randomly discard 2 cards, and then he starts attacking with the +2 value.
All right, 1 second. We got technical difficulties again. Man, it's such a crucial moment in the game, of course, this happens then.
Time out! Time out! Give some time for Achilles to grieve.
What do we? Yeah, exactly. Some mourning period for Achilles. How
That's
do we
right.
feel about Patroclus dying this early in the game? I mean, he did get a good amount of cards drawn out and thrown against him. I mean, eating 2 of the ox forms is good, but is it too early for him to die? We talked about him needing to wait as long as possible for him to go out in this matchup.
Yeah, if I'm Achilles there, not only am I sad that my best friend died, I'm sad that I'm losing. I'm on the back foot in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Wukong will probably do the run away, throw clones in the way, and just Phoenix form, dig for the Phoenix.
He says they're getting it back. Just a second.
Yeah, because at this point, every clone you kill is essentially doing 2 damage to you in fatigue because you're drawing cards very rapidly at this point. So unless
Yep.
you can force some
Unless
sort of
you-
crazy scenario where he can
Yeah.
get in and double attack him repeatedly,
Or if you attack with like a Wily fighting into a tortoise form, that's the only way you're clearing clones out. But he only has 1 of those left in the deck.
yeah, having both oxes that early on was tough. He had about as good as an opener as you could ask for, but Patroclus cannot stand up to double ox forms. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, the one thing that is going for Achilles here is he still has both spears left and both battle hardens left, so he could end up using those spear throws to clear out effectively 4 clones.
Yeah, the
if
battle
need be.
hardened cycling is a good way to kind of loop through those clones. It's just a matter of how is he going to create the opening to get attacks on Sun Wukong's main character without Pat helping him out.
Yep. It also gives him a nice 2-value block into a lot of Wukong's attacks. So, Infinite Strikes being only a 2 base, that might get increased by clones. Though, Wukong wants to be wary of surrounding Achilles while he still has a Wily left.
Right.
And then, Ruyi and Taunting Laughter. Taunting Laughter is a bit annoying because you still have to discard a card as Achilles, but you can always toss one of the 2 remaining Pat cards to that.
Okay, looks like we are back in business, so let's get back into Vorpal. Sorry for the technical difficulties, everybody.
Oh boy, what did we miss? Nothing much on the Achilles side, it looks like.
everything
No,
looks
everything's
good.
the same as
They
it
just
was,
maneuvered a
yeah.
bit.
So, looks like the double Achilles heel discards.
What about
Pat
Wukong?
was killed off. Wukong
Played a tortoise
played,
form, it looks like. Or discarded it for a boost, maybe?
Yeah, so I maneuvered.
I think he discarded for boost to deal damage over the tortoise, because that explains Wukong's lesser hit points, I think.
So we see the first usage of using the doors to block it off. So Wukong has essentially created a one-way path to himself unless he wants to run all the way around and get to those doors. Gonna double maneuver here to reload his hand a little bit.
Yeah.
I will just
Try to
boost
get
and
to a
attack.
centralized position. You with your Raptors.
It costs 1 point.
Always boost and attack.
Oh, I see.
Raptors actually need every card. Sometimes they can't boost.
And then 1.
According to the attack pattern. But
Yep.
Yeah, double maneuvers and uses the last point of movement on his maneuver action to open the door.
Now the thing is, like we said with those ultimate blue defense cards, there's only 2 left. So if Achilles ever does reach Wukong, there is big damage coming through.
Ooh, good feint on
That's
the
a good
taunting
feint.
laughter.
Yep.
So yeah, he'll happily take 1 damage
Takes
to
1,
not have
does
to throw
not draw
another
anything.
card. Yep.
And although Achilles is going to have to keep hitting through clones, every one he kills is essentially 1 health off Wukong. So I think at this point, the game comes down to how early does Wukong find Phoenix form, and how early does he find his 72 transformations. If he can find the Phoenix form early, it's going to be really tough for Achilles to climb back in here. But otherwise, I think Achilles should be able to get a few more points of damage. And remember those spear throws and the recycling of the spears with battle hardens.
Yeah, it's all contingent
potentially
on when
8
those
damage.
spears come out and when he finds that Phoenix form.
Yep. I mean, deck
Even if
order,
Phoenix
as
form-
we always talk about, deck order is going to play a major role in the, the rest of this game.
Right, and even if he does get the Phoenix form out, if he's not healing for 2 or 3 value, if he's knocking down those clones and kind of negating some of the value he can get out of the healing, that's good as well. So just has to be able to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, that's a really good point, too, because he's going to keep the pressure with hand advantage due to his ability. And also, anytime, like, the only way to get easy clones is Sly Monkey, right? But that's going to be at a huge health cost to Wukong.
Bad is in a pretty problematic area here because he's completely covered. There's no paths leading to him. Achilles has to punch his way through now, which is where it starts to get a little bit difficult.
Don't you wish Achilles has a stallion charge?
Oh, this game would be over if Achilles had a stallion charge.
And likewise, we'll go 1, 2, and close that door.
Smart by Chad, doing his maneuver, going up, closing the door, and then coming back. He's just going to wall up here. That's what he's got to do. He's got to wall up and bide his time
Oh, wait.
until he can find that Phoenix form.
And I'll go there, there, and I am good. Alright.
But there's still one more Wily fighting, and there's still one more Blessed by Hermes. So
Yeah,
could be key cards if
Definitely.
if we end up seeing those coming out soon.
His health is relatively low. If he can land another strong attack or two without him having a good defense and then get a spear thrower in, he could be posturing him in a very scary position. So
Yep. He just had such a good opening. I think Chad was really fortunate to have the second Ox form so early in order
Yeah,
to
the
kill
second
off
Ox.
Pat. Otherwise, the longer Pat stayed alive, it was just going more and more downhill for him.
yeah, that second Ox form is
Huge.
absolutely brutal.
No,
Oh,
okay.
one thing I'd like to point out here is it's a small thing, but see how Chad, you can see how experienced Wukong he is. He purposely left one space beside Wukong here to account for the fact that that clone might die and Achilles might like skirmish in to cover up that spot. And that's that. The one spot is just to give him space to spit out one more clone if needed. So yeah, this is
absolutely.
small things, but they add up.
Oh, definitely. Because the instinct, right, is to sandwich yourself between clones, so there's no possibility of getting in. But then you deny yourself the ability to make a new clone come the next turn.
And then
And
the
Battle
clone just took
Hardened
an
brought back
undefended
Finn.
battle hardened. Yep, exactly.
I'm surprised he got back the feint though, and not like a Wily fighting, right, or a Hermes. Maybe
Yeah.
he just really wants to make sure that once Phoenix form does come out, that the 72 transformations get feinted.
Yeah,
I think that's
trying
it.
to negate the healing or potential Ox forms coming back, whatever it may be, just negating the benefit from the.
And Wiley's good here, but the issue is Wukong can just sort of stick to the corridor like he is, and then that only really leaves Achilles able to kill one clone with the Wily fighting.
Yep.
Wait, but he just used a feint without Phoenix going up, so maybe he had other considerations.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't have great defense options. And a feint can also be really useful as an attack in this matchup because oftentimes players want to defend a clone with 72 because if it dies, 72 is only a 2-value defense. It's weak, but that doesn't matter if it's just a clone taking it. So
Yeah.
the feint offensively can sometimes deny those 72 transformation effects on defense.
Yeah.
Plus, when Achilles mad, the feint is a 4-value cancel.
Yep.
Yeah, so that would be 4 damage if he attacks offensively into the bewilderment, if you could ever make that happen. So
That's
yeah,
another
both
big
are pretty
consideration.
good options.
Yep. And if it's chainmail in that case, right? It's just a wash.
Yep.
So you're pretty happy attacking with an offensive feint into Wukong.
Wukong is getting pretty low on health. Keeps knocking these clones down. He has to expend 1 health every time he wants to bring a new one back onto the field, so whittling him down slowly.
Yeah, still 17 cards left in deck. Who knows where the Phoenix form is, but if he doesn't have it now or doesn't get it anytime soon, he is at 8 health, so that is the threshold for the spears. Although we missed out on 1 spear recycle with Battle Hardened, right? Since he already used it for the feint. So
Correct.
spears alone can only get upwards of 6 damage throughout this game from now on.
If we see desperately digging,
And Wukong's playing pretty safe here from the spear throws.
Yep.
Yeah,
This is,
blocking off
he's in that
his
blue
entire
zone.
One of the good things, though, about this map that we're seeing is that it's so close quarters that Achilles isn't having to boost. So he's being able to save cards that can be used for defense or for boosting over Tortoise forms or for boosting up against Ox form or throwing away for Taunting Laughter. So just a lot more cards is better, more options. And now we're gonna start seeing the Battle Hardened loop cycling. So
Yep, pulls back the battle harden.
every time,
Should
just a
draw
free
a
kill.
card.
It's a health. That's a health. So. But fantastic positioning by Chad, like you mentioned, leaving that 1 open space, just able to keep up the full clone wall. Because once he finds the Phoenix, he'll be able to have a 3-value. Because Achilles can only kill 1 clone per turn unless he pulls off some kind of trick with a Wily fighting.
I don't think so either.
He's asking if he drew. He did not, but he
He did not, but
rectified that.
they've rectified it. Yep.
it's also good that Wukong placed that 1 clone on top of him, because that's to prevent, like, let's say, an offensive skirmish bringing Achilles in as well.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes.
this little corridor is quite annoying for Achilles to deal with.
Oh, no.
And he
There
thought-
it
There we
is.
go.
All right, here we go.
There's the Phoenix. That's not looking good for Caesar now.
Yeah. Top half of his deck, so pretty painful. He was doing a good job whittling him down. The downside is Achilles is ahead, 9 cards in deck to Wukong's 14. He's going to be trying to get as many of those Phoenix forms back and just regenerating the clone wall.
22.
And he
Yep.
gets it back immediately.
But Achilles does get to move in and deny a clone
He
generation
does deny
here,
clone.
so that does take away some of the effectiveness of Phoenix.
Yeah, it's now or never. He has to get in there and put out as much pressure as he possibly can. Achilles overdrawing from his ability here, forced to discard. Looks like an Achilles heel.
Yep.
Well done.
If Achilles can manage to get some hits on Wukong, he could still turn this game around.
Yeah.
You know,
if he has
6
a
value
Wily here, it could be
swings.
huge value.
Yeah, Chad's smart enough not to attack into a Wily here first action. He's going to maneuver first, likely, and then attack with the clone, if attacking at all. But that, yeah, he's just gonna overdraw. He doesn't care. He knows that the only way he loses this from this point is allowing Achilles an opening to land a big hit. So he's just gonna do everything in his power to not let that happen at all costs.
Throws away a Slime Monkey. Oh boy. So what is Achilles' game plan? He already has the Phoenix form back in his hand. Chad's in another position where he's negating any sort of wily damage, doing collateral on multiple of his units, so just has to punch
Just
his
the
way
same thing.
through.
Clone
Yeah.
Wall.
Just keep going in. Or spend one of his rage to boost his movement by 4 and run over some monkeys.
Yeah, if you're Ghost Rider, right?
The problem here is he's repeatedly at full hand count, so now he's at the point where he is constantly discarding cards when he overdraws.
Yeah, because
Or when he draws after
But
combat, rather.
because Chad's not engaging in combat here, he's just playing defensive. Yeah, Achilles just, he can't spend all those cards that he has. I imagine we'll see some attacks coming out now from Chad. Because otherwise he can, if the clone dies to something like a Wily, he can just maneuver second action and bring this other clone on the right, where the clone on the left is currently at. And that's a long ways around for Achilles to get to Wukong. And with no more skirmishes and only one Hermes, it's unlikely that Achilles will be able to get to Wukong on the following turn.
Angry Man is at half the deck count of Sun Wukong.
Yeah, 6 cards for Achilles, 12 for Wukong, and that's just how Achilles works. It really is a shame that Pat died off so early because it was such a good start. We're going to see Phoenix form coming down, recovering for 2. Not max value, but still good enough, and also puts it online for another 72, which is probably the reason Chad's choosing to play it.
Yep.
And also, he does not have to engage this way because he played the Phoenix form, which is essentially the pass.
Yeah, this continues to force Achilles to overdraw and just lose card value, so double whammy for Achilles here. It's looking bleak.
Again, the problem with Achilles, right? As you mentioned, Ethan, he's one-dimensional. After Pat dies off, you really just don't have the options to do what you want to do, and that makes it tough. And that's the volatility of this fighter, because he's so incredibly strong when everything goes his way, but when things go wrong, they can go really wrong.
Yep.
And you're
Maneuver
adding
boost with the helm to get the spear throw in right there, so it runs all the way to the top of the dark blue zone.
And with Achilles, you're adding the randomness of both players' deck orders, plus the randomness of what cards you discard. It's just sort of adding extra layers of randomness to your game.
Yep.
Which is harder to plan for.
Very, very volatile. Honestly, I think that's the only thing that keeps him out of like the top tiers of fighters, because otherwise he's incredibly strong potentially. It just, things don't always work out for him.
Yep.
So Chad's going to boost with the Taunting Laughter just to get way away, all the way back to that safe blue corner that he was hanging out in most of the game.
My second action, I will
And he plays a Fiery Eyes.
Adding some insult to injury. I wonder if you just
Wow, look
let
at all
him-
those double attacks. Look at all that offensive firepower. Just going to
Yeah.
waste because he can't get in on Wukong.
I was gonna
And
say, I
even
feel
if
like
he
you
does,
actually
he's
leave the
drawing
double
two
attacks
cards.
here exactly
Yeah.
to force him to overdraw. Because he's not attacking into Wukong, he's attacking into the clone wall, so
Yeah.
he's just forcing overdraw onto him. Gets rid of, what, the feint? So all the feints out.
Yes, all the feints out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pain.
so the 72s are guaranteed
Pain
whenever-
for Achilles.
whenever Chad wants them.
Now, this brings us back, like the situation, to the pick ban, right? We saw Sinbad banned because it's an easy win against Yananga.
Right.
But it would have given Achilles a better shot, I think,
Yep.
than against
'Cause
Sherlock or
Achilles can
Wukong.
get 5 feints against Sinbad.
Yeah, so
It's
I
5
wonder
chances to find the
if
Void Helm.
maybe it would have been better for Caesar to ban the Sherlock, or I guess the problem there though is then you're in a 50-50 situation for the blind pick game 1, right? Because
Mhm.
if you pick your Yananga and they go Sinbad, then there goes Achilles' best shot. If you pick Achilles and he goes Wukong, well, there goes Yananga's best shot. So,
Yep.
yeah, tough calls all around.
Okay, just a moment.
all good.
And this one's not over yet, but it's not looking good. I mean, Achilles is so far up in the health count, though. I wonder if he can... I don't know. I was going to say I wonder if he can push it to fatigue and
Yeah, even
survive.
on maneuvers alone, he reaches fatigue in 2 turns just maneuvering. 4 cards left in his deck. It's going to take
Yeah,
Chad
to
multiple
9.
turns
4
to do
to
that.
9.
Yeah, there's just
Yeah.
too much of a gap here, unfortunately. I was going to say with the spear that's remaining, and he can also battle harden to recycle and get another spear. That's 2 passes. That's 4 health off of Wukong. If he kind of played keep away and... I don't know. I mean, he would go down like to even health with Wukong by the time they... even before Wukong runs out of deck, so...
And there's what, 2 72s left, or is it 1?
2. There are 2 72s left.
272s.
Yeah. And the fact that he buried one of the feints, it just increases
Yeah.
the chances of the Phoenix form coming back. So
Mm-hmm.
And that's the other thing. If Achilles does run, Wukong can just run a clone up to him, attack with 72s, force Achilles to draw from the combat, because he's definitely going to win if he blocks at all. If he
Right.
doesn't block, he's taking
Then
2
it's
damage.
2 anyways. Yeah, so it's 2
Yeah.
damage regardless, essentially.
And then Wukong can recycle the Phoenix forms.
Yep. Yeah, so there's no option for Achilles to hang back. He's just got to go in, give it his all, see if something can happen somehow. I really don't think Chad is going to let that happen. I think Achilles is too one-dimensional, and Chad knows, and he's going to do everything to play around it and not leave any openings. But you never know, like we
Yep.
saw, or like we talked about, you know, the high-pressure situations, it can cause misplays, and a single misplay could be enough to turn this game around. So even though, you know, all hope may seem gone for Caesar, he's got to hang in there and just keep playing smart and doing his best in the hopes that Chad might make a misplay, give him an opening. And if you take a double attack, you know, and you only have 1 defense, that 5 damage getting through could change everything.
Does attack into the 72 transformation, so he will be reclaiming that Phoenix form for a second time.
yeah.
And that was with the Battle Hardened, correct?
It was.
Mhm.
Did he pick up the Battle Hardened yet again? Looks like he
Yeah.
did. Okay, so
And he
choosing
also still
to...
has to draw a card.
He wants to continue using the loop for Battle Hardened a little bit longer before he picks up the spear. There's the Phoenix, number 3. That's 8 health regained total so far. If not for the Phoenix, Chad would be in lethal range for a spear. So he was really fortunate to get that Phoenix when he did.
It was just that, well, it was that and the lucky Ox form earlier. Like, honestly, if he didn't have that Ox form, Patricus probably lives at least another few rounds. Gets off those double attacks to clear out more clones.
Yep. And it's, you know, it's easy to say, oh, it's luck for this, luck for that. There's a lot of luck involved in this game, obviously, but at the same time, I mean, Chad's been playing it perfectly since then, you know, and...
Yep, this is all according to the draft. He all calculated this according to the draft. It's why he picked Wukong in this way. It's why he banned the fighter that he did.
Yeah. I'm not honestly surprised Caesar didn't go, like, a Robin Hood 3rd pick to try to triple counter the Wukong.
That's what I would have thought, too.
We did discuss it, but he's more... He feels more comfortable playing Achilles. Yeah.
That's fair, yeah.
Phoenix number 4, so that makes 11 health.
Yep. Near max value. Achilles entering fatigue now. And that health differential not looking quite as nice as it was before.
Not at all. There's a Hermes coming out, killing the clone, but it's going to deal 2 damage to Achilles for winning the combat. Moves him in. But still that open space.
Yeah, playing the pocket space really well.
Yeah.
Wukong is finally attacking. Let's see what he's got.
Fly?
Probably a wily defense coming.
There's only one Ruyi left. So,
funny interaction, if it's Rui Jingubang and Achilles takes it undefended, he still wins the combat and just takes 2 damage in fatigue.
That's awful.
So Jingubang is a win-win for Chad here.
Yep.
Sly Monkey would be a similar situation because if undefended, it's going to be 2 damage, and if defended, it's going to be 2 damage. And he would still get his clone, which he chose not to spawn a clone this turn, so... Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if it is a Sly Monkey, and then Wukong jumps back to this very corner space and puts the clone in front of him.
Wait, I kind of missed it. Did we see all the 72s played already?
Yes, all 72s have been played.
Yeah.
72s are gone. The biggest source of damage to Achilles at this point is just his own exhaustion damage. Yep. Because the Oxes are gone, the 72s are gone, but it just doesn't matter because Achilles is... He's too sad about his brother Patroclus dying off.
Alright, another fun fact about the 72 transformation. So in Chinese folklore, that's one of his things. He can do the 72 72变. It means that he can change into like just about anything that he wants. Except his tail, if I'm not wrong. I can't remember that part, but I think there was something like that.
So it essentially lets him shapeshift. And that's where we see the theme of that card, being able to choose whichever, you know, animal form that he wants at the moment. Very thematic.
Yep.
So he did attack with the infinite strikes turn 1 and do a wily, so forcing Achilles to win the combat on defense. So it does 2 damage, takes 1 from the wily, and he has additional actions.
Another action.
Now.
Yep.
The angry man is running out of steam.
Yep. He's able to defend all these attacks, but every time he wins the combat, he's taken the 2 damage because he's forced to draw because of his ability since he won the combat. Yeah. And since he has no cards in deck, he's taken 2 damage every time.
Smart attack options from Chad, intentionally throwing low-value attacks to force Achilles to win the combat.
Yep, so Achilles got back the spear with the Battle Harden that time. Just playing for that health differential, right? Doing it for baked goods. Chad just considering moving, I think, but...
Yeah, he's in range for the spear throw right now, but probably doesn't even need to.
Yeah, Achilles, he's used his skirmishes, he's used his Hermes, he's got no way of moving post-combat. So with and no action gain, so he can just attack the clone and then he can maneuver. That's the end of his turn, so no hits on Wukong. He could maneuver first, but he's not able to get to Wukong himself because all the clones are blocking the pathways to him. So best he can do is hit a clone and maneuver, or maneuver and then hit. Either one is not good for him. So he's really just thinking about what are his best options. Is there any chance of him coming out of this with the win? A lot of considerations. He's going to throw the test for weakness, double attack. It's going to kill off the clone undefended. He's going to take 2 damage for winning the combat and being forced to draw. He's going to maneuver.
He only takes 2 damage once from the double attack there, fortunately.
Yep, good point. Just for the viewers, just for clarity's sake, if the one attack, the first one, kills off the target, then the second attack does not trigger. Otherwise, it triggers regardless of after combat movement effects or anything else. As long as it's not canceled, the second effect will trigger unless you kill off the target in the first attack, which is what happened here. So Achilles took the 2 from drawing from combat win, and then he had to maneuver up to Wukong, took the 2 more, ending his turn at 6 health, right up against Wukong here. Chad probably thinking of a way to, he wants to just end this now. I think he wants to make some attacks.
Yeah, I mean, throwing any attack really is at least 2 damage into Achilles.
Yep.
Guaranteed at this point.
So we
Achilles
never
is down
saw
5 cards.
Yeah, we never saw the second spear come out, huh?
It hasn't been played.
We know they're both in hand.
Yep.
So limited defense options regardless for Achilles, right? He's got 1 helm. I think 1 feint.
Battle hardened still, I think.
Yeah, he's probably going to use the Battle Harden. He's not going to bother.
Takes the Wily.
Yep, and that is going to do it. The Wily's going to deal 4. All Chad's got to do is attack again or maneuver away. Achilles.
Achilles must fall on his sword.
Well, let's see. He could have speared. He could have double speared to pass.
No, he couldn't have. Because there's no one in his zone.
Right, but so it would be a pass because if you can't do a card effect, it just blanks it. He could have double speared just for the laugh. But that's going to be it. Let's listen in on the players and see what they got to say.
I didn't have any 72 transformations. I really was struggling to figure out what I could do because I assumed you just keep killing clones and I keep losing health and that would be game. And then I drew Phoenix form really, really early. I think I had 18 cards left in deck, maybe 15. So it was just really good for me. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
The bad thing is with this map is the doors here. Maybe it was a bad choice for me.
Yeah, the doors really helped me because I was able to basically stay in the same place and then keep when I was here.
Yes.
And basically I was able to stay in the same place but keep you on the outside versus like on any other map, as you mentioned, right? If you're able to force me to have to run away, then I'll go to like a worse hiding spot. But the doors definitely really helped me because I was able to basically stay in the same location the whole game. So yeah, that was great. So, yeah. Well, yeah, great games. I was curious for the pick ban. Why did you ban Sinbad instead of maybe Sherlock or Wukong?
I think Sinbad is 100% to win Yanaga.
Yep, I agree with that. Yeah. That's fair. And Achilles can beat Wukong and can beat Sherlock. It's just a lot. It's hard. So you didn't want to go up against the 100% win against Unanga.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
Okay. That's it.
yes, in this one I haven't really taken.
All right, everybody. So there you have it. We have found our first of two grand finalists, being Chadicular getting the win over Caesar in a 2-1 game count for the match. And what a final game. I mean, at the end there, it seemed very hopeless for Caesar the way it all panned out. But what excitement we had in the early game, right? Like that was really exciting. I think that was a pretty hype game because it was so exciting for Caesar in the beginning to see Achilles just getting everything going his way. I really thought off the start there, after those first few turns, I thought Achilles had it, honestly.
Yeah, that second Ox coming out a couple cards later, that Phoenix form being buried 4 or 5 cards later, we would maybe have a different end result. But a couple things going Chad's way. Amazing opening from Caesar and just really good play overall. I think he played to the best of what he could do with his win conditions on the draft that he ended up with.
Yep, I would agree with that. I mean, there's only so much you can do. Sometimes luck doesn't go your way. And Zahn, do you think the Achilles pick overall? I mean, do you think Caesar's going to regret that? Do you think that was a mistake? What do you feel about that?
Wait, are we off stream?
No, we're on.
Nope, we're on.
Oh, okay. Uh, yeah. I mean, personally, we were talking about it. Like, hey, instead of Achilles, we could always do Robin Hood. Do the same thing as I did against Sherlock, and maybe still have an okay chance against Robin Hood. Sorry, against Sun Wukong as Robin Hood. But yeah, he likes Achilles. He's confident with it, so he's practiced quite a lot of it. I mean, he got his own play group where he lives, and yeah.
Yeah.
So I think the difficulty, I think Herod was a problem here. So yeah, we were debating like, okay, should he do Hanging Gardens, Herod, or or Paddock? So he's actually quite familiar with Hanging Gardens, as are all the Release Rumble players also.
Right.
Yeah, but he has played Paddock the least because yeah, I guess he didn't come into, because he's actually quite a new player to Unmatched, only a few months, 4 or 5 months. Yeah, so that's what he settled on, and yeah, he went for it, and yeah, really like that he still went for it. So he did exactly the things that he needed to do as Achilles.
Yep.
In the Wukong matchup.
Oh yeah, I mean he played great, right? He did everything he could, and sometimes just Achilles doesn't work out the way you want him to. But very impressive play for being such a new player. I mean, also you got to respect the comfort pick, like you mentioned, Zahn, because he basically, his initiation into this game, into competitive play, was the Release Rumble. So he had a lot of experience with Achilles, and he played the Achilles Wukong matchup multiple times, I know, and you also see Anenga on his side, so just a lot of Battle of Legends Volume 2 familiarity. So if you deviate too much from what you're comfortable with, you're not going to be playing optimally, and that's going to really put you at a disadvantage against another top-level player playing fighters that they are comfortable with. So, yeah, I think it was the right choice overall for him. And being a new player, too, it's a daunting task to learn all of these fighters in this game because there are a lot of them, and the roster is just expanding. So it's a lot. You know, not everybody has matchup experience or knowledge with all the matchups and all the fighters. So I think the comfort pick is the way to go. Unfortunately, just didn't work out for him, but well fought regardless. Ben, do you have any other thoughts you want to add in for this last game we just saw?
No, I mean, you know, it was well played on both sides for all 3 games. Caesar just sort of got the unfortunate break there where Wukong drew into his last Ox form, which was the card he needed to guarantee the kill on Pat. So.
Yep, agreed. So things didn't go his way, but oh well, he's you know, he made top 4. It's a very respectable finish nonetheless, and I'm sure we're going to continue to see him succeed in the future events. So that's going to do it for Game 3. So we have our winner yet again, Chadicular, 1-2-1 over Caesar. So he will be progressing to the Grand Finals, which is going to be tomorrow morning. But I believe we are going to try to get the players on for an interview. So let's take just a short break,
and then we'll see if we can pick their brains and get some of the behind-the-scenes insights. All right, welcome everybody. We have Caesar in here for an interview. And Caesar, I just want to say first, congratulations on making it this far. It was a really impressive showing throughout this entire tournament. You beat a lot of really talented players to get here. And being a relatively newer player, I mean, that just amplifies the accomplishment. So very well done. And I got to say, too, I love your picture there. You know, you fought valiantly for Rome. So you just did an awesome job. And I know you and Zahn were practice partners in a way, so I'm going to kick it off to Zahn here, and he can lead the charge here on the interview. Oh, I think we lost him for a second. Well, we'll give him a second to get back in. But Caesar, I mean, how are you feeling with this being your first time? You know, being on stream and everything. The whole match, you know, you played really well. So how are you feeling initially after that?
Overall, it was a very great experience, I will say, because it's my first time playing competitive in a board game or game overally. But yes, it was a great experience. I enjoyed every match from round one to this point. It was a real pleasure because the matches were so close. So,
Yeah,
you know,
that's all you can ask
there
for,
was,
right? You want close matches. That means you really had to work for it. You didn't get any easy wins. You had to fight hard the whole way through, and you did a wonderful job of that.
yep, that's true. Every match is memorable for me.
Yeah, that's right. That's the best. You know, when you can think back and recall a match that you played, it means it was a really good one. You know, it was really enjoyable. So, very good to hear. And I know that you and Chad had faced off earlier in the Swiss rounds. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so going into the semifinals then here, having played Chad before, I mean, what were your thoughts on going up against him yet again? Seeing as I think he beat you in Swiss.
Yes, that's true. Um, First of all, yes, I knew that I had to face a great opponent again for a second time.
Yep.
But do you want to say the game plan or what are my general thoughts for it?
Just general thoughts first, I guess, in terms of, you know, were you intimidated going up against him after having lost previously, or were you ready to come back with a vengeance, or what were your just general thoughts?
I was ready for the comeback. Unfortunately, I couldn't practice a lot because, you know, I'm in the university and have little time these weeks, like everyone here, because I understand that everyone here has a job or something similar like that. But yes, I think I was ready. But yes, I was a little bit worried of his Bloody Mary because he is a very good player with Bloody Mary. And I was kind of aware of his Wukong because I remember that he plays very well Wukong, so I was kind of prepared for that.
Yeah.
But yes,
You were ready.
in the end,
You were ready
yes,
for the
I was.
comeback.
But
Excellent.
in round three, yes, I got destroyed.
You got destroyed in Swiss against him?
In Swiss, he didn't play Wukong, he played the Blood Mary, and
Oh.
it was a very close match, and it was very enjoyable because, yeah, it has its great moments. But yes, this time I was completely destroyed.
I wouldn't say completely destroyed. I mean, you did really, really well game one, and game two, that was rough just because it's Sherlock, right? And the map really just did not do you any favors. Game three, though, I gotta say, we were all so hyped about game three because you had such an incredible start to that game. I don't know. I thought you were going to take it. If things would have gone a little bit differently, like if Chad had not gotten that second Ox form to kill off Pat when he did, or if the Phoenix was buried in the deck, I think you would have been able to take that one because, man, you had such a great start, and it was really, really exciting to watch. So I
Yep.
wouldn't say you got destroyed by any means.
the start, I will call it a Roman one.
There you
I
go.
will
There you go.
keep pushing.
Fought valiantly. But okay, so I'm going to pass it off to Zahn. I know because you guys practiced a lot and whatnot, so I'll let him lead the interview from here.
Hey man, hail Caesar. Okay. Hey, I'm really glad you got this far, and yep, really glad to see you brought such good fights, and that was a very entertaining match for everyone to watch. So I mean, in general, I guess everyone's gotta ask you, why did you pick Achilles? Is it because he's most likely the one that's closest to Caesar?
Somehow, I think yes, because I think I'm familiar with Achilles from my country, and when I saw the fighter when it was revealed, and I saw it for the first time, I was like, oh yeah, one Greek ancient legend is going to the battlegrounds. And when I started playing him at the tournament, which was on November, if I remember correct. I played well with him, so I was familiar enough to play him again. Things didn't go as planned, but at least I played a fighter that I wanted to play and enjoy at the same time.
Yep. That's definitely the that's definitely the most important thing, the having fun part. And well, I guess now you can consider Chad your rival in tournaments already, since you've met him twice. Just like how John is supposedly my rival, but yep. But it's okay, Caesar. We shall train up, and yeah, you can come back next time and really, well, plant the imperial flag everywhere. And yeah, I keep telling everybody, what you do have is that you have very strong game fundamentals. You understand positioning very well. You can identify moments in games where the opponent has a weakness, and then you go straight for it. So one exact moment which I would like to bring up is that, remember in the first game where you're playing Yenanga against Wukong, and then after you double attack into him, and next turn you actually use one with the land to boost for your archer to do a momentous shift into Wukong. I thought that's a small play, but that is exactly the play that shows how good a player you are, because you managed to identify that, okay, Wukong most likely won't have a big defense now. You wait for him to play a Phoenix form, so he's probably keeping a 72 in hand. You went in, dealt 3 damage to him. Yeah, so it's little things like that which I saw that, oh, you got very good fundamentals. You'll go far in the tournament, and yeah, you really did go far in the tournament. So really happy. Uh, really hoping to see you take it all the next time in a tournament.
Um, sure, I will give it a try to the next tournament. If it's going to be before September, October, I will definitely give it a try, because after that I will have to serve my army duties, so it will be hard then to find time. But if it's before that, I will surely join again, and I will be happy to meet all of you again.
Yes, I think I speak for everybody when we say we would love to have you back, Caesar. I mean, you're a fantastic player, and it's just great to see new players come into the game and do so well, because it kind of shows, it sets an example, right, for anybody else who might be on the fence about getting into competitive play. Like, um, all the top players, so to speak, are very welcoming to new players in the community, and everybody wants to boost each other up and bring up the overall power level of everybody, you know, including the new players. It's not like the elite want to stay on the top. So I think it sets a great example, showing that, you know, if you're a new player, it doesn't matter. As long as you put in the time and effort and you really like playing the game, jump in. I think you'll have a great time, and you can definitely succeed. So you're a great example there.
Thank you. And what you said for the players, it's true, because at the first time I joined the Discord server, all the players were welcoming, were happy to play with me. It was everything wanted to help. So yes, I think the community is really top notch,
Yeah.
top quality.
Yes, I would agree. I think everybody would echo that sentiment. And
Yeah, definitely.
yeah. So I'll pass it off.
Especially Especially, I would like to thank Zan for that. He's one of the many players here that helped me a lot. And
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of funny I mentioned because Zahn was kind of like your teacher, right? And I was kind of the same for Chadicular. So we had kind of like our apprentices battling it out. So like he
yes,
mentioned, you and Chad now are rivals, while me and him are rivals. So it's just kind of a funny dynamic, a funny storyline within the Unmatched community.
but it will be weird tomorrow if the master will fight with the scholar.
Yes. Now that would be really funny because in the Summer of Legends finals, I faced off against Joshua, who at the time was my #1 practice partner, and that was kind of the same scenario, but he's been really busy lately, so it's been me and Chad playing a lot for Winter of Champions. So it would be really funny if we end up seeing that.
Yes.
We'll see though. I still got a hard match to fight through. But Ethan, I'll pass it to you. Are there any specific questions or anything you want to ask Caesar about?
Yeah, I did want to ask a little bit about the draft. We heard you talking about it post game with Chad a little bit, basically saying why you banned which character you did, as opposed to banning the Wukong or banning the Sherlock. I would just like to, I guess, repeat that question so we could get like a more concise answer, and then to follow that up with, would you have maybe changed your last pick, looking back in retrospect, from Achilles to something different?
Mm, okay, yes. First of all, about the ban, because I think that Sinbad is a guaranteed win against Yenega.
Right.
It was my first thought that okay, this pick will be banned.
Hmm.
Then I was thinking for the Achilles pick, the logic behind it was that if I choose a map against Sherlock, I think I have some chances.
Hmm.
So it will be more, how can I say, more viable against the other matchup with Sinbad versus Yenneker, which is a guaranteed defeat. Then
Sure.
I think that I have also a great chance against Wukong. The thing that I miscalculated was the map choice because uh, it's somehow it's tricky with the doors. So
Right.
in a point I was stuck out of the clone wolf. But
Right.
yes, probably if we will play to another map, it will be the same. It doesn't matter a lot. But I think if I will take again a map, I will go with hmm, maybe I will go with Hidden Gardens or something. But yes, it's open, but you can move by Hermes, you can move by Skirmish, and
Right.
not be blocked in so many paths.
Awesome. Thanks for letting us pick your brain and ask about that. Yeah, we're all pretty curious. Obviously, your strategies worked, your drafts worked up fine just to this point. But yeah, Chad is a little bit more of a dynamic drafter. He's not afraid to pull out the Wukong second pick is definitely a little bit tricky to deal with. But yeah, I think that you executed on what you wanted to do with your draft very well, and I was really impressed with your play overall. So yeah, well done, man.
Thank you.
All right, then how about you, Ben? Any specific questions or comments you got?
Only got one. So, as we saw, you didn't ban the Sherlock because you said you're, willing to take the Achilles into Sherlock. What are your tips for that matchup? Because I'm always looking for ways to counter Sherlock. Because I think, it's real cool whenever anyone can counter one of the top dogs like that.
I will say that, of course, you need a small map to begin with because if he starts running like here with Sherwood, then you can see the outcome, what it will be in the end.
Right.
And after that, you need to, I think, of course, to start first and keep pushing. Try to keep two of the two value cards. So if he eliminates impossible, he will not damage you for 4 damage, which is the boost value of the under Achilles helm. And I think if you keep pushing like that, eventually he will run out of defenses. He will not have time to play the sims he got.
Hmm.
I think somewhere like that, I would suggest someone if he asks me.
Yeah, good
Awesome.
advice. Well said. I mean, you're right. You know, Achilles is made to be aggressive. He's meant to pressure and just run people down. So definitely, that's one of Sherlock's weaknesses. So if you can do that successfully against Sherlock, I think you're right. You definitely have a chance. But like you said, it's a map choice is step one. You know, that's the biggest thing. And with Chad getting to pick the map in that matchup, it just made things really hard for you. So it's amazing what a different map can do to a matchup, you know, for the result. So
Yeah, of course, I agree. And with new sets, new maps are coming, and this becomes even more tactical. Basically, it promotes tactical thinking a lot
oh yeah,
because you have more options, more possibilities, more of everything.
yep, more Unmatched. It's always great, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Looking forward to seeing what all comes out in the future. I know we got the Marvel sets starting to come out here, and those are exciting, and it's just going to be a lot of content coming up. So it's a good time to be an Unmatched player, that's for sure. So one last question I want to ask for you, Caesar, is seeing as you made not only top 16, but top 4, you get a prize foil. So have you thought about what fighter you're going to go with for the foil card?
I think I have thought of it, but I'm not sure if there is a foil, and this will be Sherlock because I think I own to him this card.
Yeah. Okay. Very nice. Yeah, Sherlock is an option. So we'll be sending you a list of the fighters and the cards so you can make your decision for sure. But yeah, I think it's just cool to hear what people want to gravitate towards for their foils and whatnot. You also will be getting a free set of Unmatched for making the final stream because I want to thank you because you're playing on our terms. It's a lot to ask of you guys to play on stream like this and only do certain things when we give you the go ahead. So thank you for being cooperative with that and being willing to participate. And so to reward that, we do want to give you just a little extra something. So we'll be giving you a free Unmatched set. So whatever set you don't have, or if you have all of them currently and you want an upcoming one, we'll see what we can work out. But we'll keep in touch for that as well.
Thank you a lot. It was my pleasure to play in this tournament from the beginning to now. Even if I stuck somewhere behind the top 16, I will be really grateful also
Excellent.
to
Yeah.
be part of this tournament.
That's great to hear. I'm really glad you had a good time. Again, we're thankful to have you part of the whole scene here, and we welcome you back for more events in the future as long as you're able.
Of course. Thank you.
No problem, Caesar. Anything else you want to say before we switch over to Chad here?
Basically, I want to thank again all the players that contribute to this community because I think that it's one of the few communities that really contributes to the experience. So I would like to thank them all for this. And you guys that organize this tournament, which must be a hard task to do, but you do it fine, great.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. We do our best. All right. So, well, with that said, Caesar, thanks again for playing. Really well done, and hope to see you in the next one.
Yep, good to see you. Um, have a nice matchup tomorrow too, and not tomorrow, and today I think.
Yep,
I'm
later
not sure
today
about
for
the
me.
time zone.
Yep,
Yes,
yep.
for me it could be tomorrow.
That's right.
But
Right.
Well, get some sleep, Caesar. Thanks so much. We'll catch you later.
yep, bye bye.
Take care.
Yep.
All right. We have Chadicular in here. You are fresh off a win. You are the first of 2 grand finalists, Chad. How are you feeling?
You're muted in Discord, by the way, Chad, real quick.
Oh. Can see your grinning face, but we can't hear you.
There you go.
There we
now?
go. Yes, we
Yep.
can hear you now. How you doing, Chad?
Perfect. Excellent. I am doing great. In a great spot. Yeah, I mean, this is, ever since release Rumble, I was like, all right, I really want to do it again and hopefully get the W this time. So,
That's right.
and here I am. I'm one game away or one match away.
That's
Yes,
right.
sir.
So first of all, congrats on the big win here. I know Caesar is a really tough opponent, so you played it really well. You did a great job in the pick ban. And this is not the first time we've seen you then featured in a final stream. So that is a first, actually. You're going to be the first person to ever be featured in 2 final streams. So congrats on that. That's super exciting to see, and really looking forward to what happens tomorrow. But I want to first ask you about your thoughts going into the matchup against Caesar, seeing as how you had already beaten him in Swiss. Not necessarily like the matchups, but more so just the mindset.
Absolutely. Here, first, I know at the end we ask for thank yous, but I would love to thank just my beautiful wife and my 6-week-old son. So they are just my 2 cheerleaders. So I'm just super happy that, they're very supportive of this and all the time that I spend here. The reason I'm doing this early is he's a little grumpy, so he wants to go to sleep. So go ahead and do that. But yeah, so yeah, matchup thoughts and just everything going into it. Since I'd already beat him, I think I kind of got a leg up on him the first time with my pick ban. Um, and so I think that definitely helped me out for the first round, the first time I faced him. And so because of that, I knew that I probably couldn't count on the same lineup working twice, if that makes sense. So
Yep.
I spent a little bit of time just thinking, okay, if I do go the same lineup, I think he's not going to ban Medusa again. I think he would ban Sinbad this time, for example, of how that first match went. So I was just kind of mentally preparing for different matchups this time than I did the original match that we had.
Okay, so going into the pick ban then, I mean, walk us through it a little bit. Did it go as you planned? I know me and you have done a lot of pick ban strats and whatnot, preparation, so walk us through that.
Yeah, so actually, I think the match that got me into top 8 was against a good buddy of mine through the Discord, Lemonhurst, and for that game, I had found this pick band that I really liked, which was as leader, I go ahead and I take Sherlock. I assume they take Medusa. Then I take Wukong, Sun Wukong, which is a little bit abstract. Normally, that's not the second pick, but it seems to work out all right in the pick band, assuming my opponent goes Yanenga. And then I go ahead and go Sinbad, who is a very good Yanenga counter. And it really kind of forces my opponent to basically 3 picks, in my opinion. Either Achilles, Little Red Riding Hood, or Robin Hood. I think Robin Hood is the best of those 3 options for this scenario. Play Robin a lot. It can sometimes catch you off guard. And, especially in top 4, you kind of want to be. I would prefer having fighters I'm more comfortable with than maybe a more fighter dependent matchup with a fighter I haven't played much.
Yeah, comfort is huge at this point.
Exactly. Comfort is huge. So, and I thought that he wasn't a big Robin player. So I decided to go for that pick ban if I went leader, which is what happened. And so it definitely worked out in my favor. I will say I didn't expect the Sinbad ban. I was kind of expecting the Wukong, but I feel like they are both really good into Achilles. And so I felt like he would ban one of those 2 into Achilles, and I would have to force Sinbad into Yanenga to go ahead and get my win there.
Yeah, we were talking about that a bit. So it would have ended up being like a 50-50 game 1 scenario. Did you consider? I mean, that's what you were expecting. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, what were your thoughts on that? Were you just like, well, we'll just take the 50-50 and whoever gets it gets it, or I mean, were you a bit concerned about the potential 50-50?
Yeah, so great question. So my plan was to take Sinbad game one, and assume that he chooses Achilles. So assume the worst for me.
Yeah.
I assume if he chose Yanenga, great. That's super good for me, because I hopefully get my win with Sinbad, and then I'm in a great spot there. But what I did, if I lost game one against Achilles, then I would have either Wukong or Sherlock into Yanenga on a map of my choice.
Yeah.
Both of those matchups are Yanenga favored in my opinion, but they're very close. They are very close, and I feel like the map advantage could push it over the top in my favor. And then I would have Sinbad Yanenga on a map of his choice, but I'm a lot more comfortable with Sinbad into Yanenga in disadvantage. So I didn't see it quite as like a 50-50 of like,
Yep.
this is an insta win for this fighter and an insta win for this fighter. I kind of saw it as, if I can get map advantage with either Wukong or Sherlock into Yanenga, I think I can do it.
Yeah, and that really just showcases your skill in the pick ban phase. Like that is top level strategy right there, and really well planned out. And you were ready for it, and it played out and worked out in your favor. So the one variable was him not banning the Sinbad. So did you feel better or worse having both Wukong and Sherlock up?
Yeah, so honestly, when he banned Sinbad, the first thing that my thought was like, oh crap. Like, I was like, this is not what I was expecting. But then I looked at his fighters and I was like, okay, I'm really comfortable Wukong versus Achilles. I've never played Wukong Sherlock. So that's what I was, or sorry,
Sherlock Achilles.
Sherlock Achilles.
Right.
So I'm a little worried there because I had never played it before, but I felt it was Sherlock favored, and I had a game plan going into it, but I had never played it. So that was the main thing that I was concerned about. But once I saw, okay, I think I have two Achilles counters, then I was pretty happy with how it had ended up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was like you explained it here. It was kind of a win-win scenario. You came out ahead in the pick ban, and that's really, I think, what drove you to victory. And Ethan, I kick it off to you. I know you had mentioned that before about like how Chad is really dynamic with the pick ban and whatnot. So there it is. But do you have any specific comments or questions?
No, he did a pretty good job answering it. I just thought the second pick Wukong was pretty interesting, but you explained your line of thinking on it. And I agree. I thought that he would also go with. I didn't expect him to ban the Sinbad. I thought he would even maybe consider banning the Wukong and trying to take on those matchups. But yeah, you explained your thought process there pretty well. So no, I don't have anything else to add to that. That was well put.
Perfect. How about you, Zahn? Any specific questions?
Just comments actually. Yeah, so Caesar actually did prepare against exactly the lineup that you mentioned because he does know that you practice quite a bit against Chocolate Rain also, and both you have quite similar pick bands history, especially as leader also, and your favor for Sun Wukong. So yep, you're exactly right. The consideration for him, we were discussing, hey, would you rather do Achilles or Robin Hood? But you got it correct because yeah, he's not very familiar with Robin Hood, and that's where your skill and your study really paid off here in this case. So he did go for his more comfortable pick of Achilles, and that's where, even though you were the leader, you managed to in a way counter pick his last pick. Yeah, so well played, well prepared. So.
All right. How about
Yeah.
you, Ben? Any specific comments or questions?
Yeah. Congratulations on getting to the finalists for the second tournament in a row. I know you offered me some advice for Bloody Mary because I had a few different options when I played against Zero on Thursday. Why did you decide against going with a Bloody Mary here? I know you sort of talked through your leader strategy, but I'm just surprised you didn't maybe go follower and try to entice a Yen pick so you could get a Bloody Mary counter.
Yeah, real quick too. Can you tell us who actually chose leader or follower
Yes.
when you go into this question?
That will actually answer your question. So he won the dice roll
Okay.
and chose for me to be leader. So yeah. Um, but I guarantee you, if I had follower, I definitely would have forced most likely a Bloody Mary play. But I assumed he was prepared one way or another because I didn't expect the pick ban to go the same way it did the first time. Um, and if it did, I think we would have had to play Medusa Yanenga, which is a very even matchup in my opinion. And I think I would have been at disadvantage there. So I don't know if I. Anyway, so yeah, so I have considered third picking Mary a lot. I really do think Mary can beat Yanenga even at disadvantage. I've done it against extremely good players on Sherwood, which is probably her worst because she can never get jump scared trigger.
Right.
But anyway, I'm very comfortable with the Mary pick. My main thought process was because of how this pick ban went and how I like to force Yanenga for the second pick. It would end up me picking Mary third, but most likely communicating to them that I'm banning Medusa because I have Sherlock in my line, or sorry, Wukong in my lineup, and Wukong is very easily countered by Medusa, in my opinion, because his whole ability is almost negated by her whole ability. And so I didn't want him to just then pick an extremely strong fighter into both Wukong and Bloody Mary. Just someone that he saw that could, and I haven't really considered who that might be. But I didn't really I wanted, as leader, my general logic is get solid picks that I'm comfortable with, that are in a wide variety of matchups, that are good into a wide variety of matchups, and hope those carry you into victory. It is a lot harder to counter pick as leader, even though that is what happened this match. But it's got to be like a very particular way of how the pick ban goes. And I felt like Sinbad was better because of the rest of the cast that he's more comfortable into, if that makes sense.
Definitely.
Yeah, makes total sense.
Yeah, very good. So, I mean, you've divulged all of your pick ban strats now to everybody watching, right? So, whoever is going to face you in the grand finals knows exactly what to do, right?
That's right. Well, John, if you do make it, you already do all that.
That is true, but I am going to remind you that it is a best of 5 format, or best of 3, I should say. So it could go to a game 5, right? So you're going to pick 4, ban 1, and it's blind pick matchups every game.
Yeah, it's
So
gonna be wild.
it's not going to be the same. You know, you're not going to be able to map out the same pick ban logic like you've been doing throughout the rest of the tournament. So anything can happen, but I just wanted to remind you, you know, so you can prep accordingly.
Yeah. Hey, thanks. I think you are the only person then in right at top 4 that have played in a best of 5 like that, right?
Yep.
So I definitely think that since you've done that before, that'll definitely help. So we'll wait to see after your match. If you lose, then great. I could ask you some questions. If not, then I guess I'm on my own. But yes, thanks.
If he wins, Chad, I'll help you out. I told him I'd be scheming against him, so.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Yeah,
Well, yeah. It's going to be
I'm
interesting.
excited for best of 5 because it'll definitely be new, and the pick ban as a whole is just a little different for the blind picks for each game. That's the biggest part. So very excited.
So best of 5, first to 3 wins is going to get it. You're going to have to get a win with all 3 of your fighters that are remaining post ban, but it's going to be blind pick matchups. So there's no sure counter picking. So I think everybody wants to see your Bloody Mary. I don't know if we are going to be able to see it because of the blind pick matchups, but man, if you do work up the courage and bring her out, I'm sure all the viewers would love it. So, no pressure there, but you know.
No pressure, but do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, I mean, Chad, anything else you wanna add or throw out there to the stream or to any of us?
Yeah, so I guess this is a perfect time. I'm not sure where people can respond, but I have recorded just on my computer. Haven't done anything with them. All of my Swiss matches up until this point, and I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with them. I was thinking about maybe editing them, posting them to YouTube, or maybe just keeping them for myself or whatever. But if people in the chat or whatever, maybe in the Discord would hit me up and say, hey, if you do this, I will gladly watch it, and this is worth your time, then, I would edit them and put them onto YouTube. So that's one thing. And then two, once again, just thank my wife and my child just for putting up with all this time spent on Unmatched. I wasn't planning on playing in this tournament even because we were going to have a baby in like 2 weeks after the start. And I basically had told Ashley, my wife, that, and she was like, "How long is it?" And I was like, 7 weeks, and she was like, "Oof, okay, but what is the time commitment per week?" And I said, "Well, a match probably about 3 hours for the week, and then whatever other free time I have for you know practicing and stuff like that." She's like, "Oh, you should do it. You got this. We got this. We can figure it out." So,
That's awesome.
yeah, super super gracious for that, and without her and that, I wouldn't even be in this tournament, which means I wouldn't be here competing for first. So super super thankful for her. And then just want to give a shout out again to the TOs. I know we've got Noah, John, Joshua, and Gary. Amazing, always amazing. This has been so much fun and so different than Release Rumble. I mean, it's a whole nother thing, right? Instead of going from 4 characters that I had to worry about, I now have 23 or so that are possible to be picked. And so just a ton of fun, and I can't wait to see what the next tournament is like, because I've heard that even that will be different as well, with the new Marvel sets coming out and all that. So very very excited for that, and super thankful for you guys to put that together. So.
Yeah, our
Yeah,
pleasure.
I've got one more question for you. What's your most anticipated fighter of the ones we know?
Oh, of the ones we know, yeah, I may have mentioned this before, but I've been a magician for about 12 years or so, and so Houdini, by far, is my most anticipated. I am extremely, extremely excited for him, and regardless of how he plays, I think I'm going to play him a lot.
Very cool. Yeah. All right. Well, that's going to wrap it up pretty much then, Chad. Again, congrats on the big finish here going into the finals. Well played throughout the whole event. You've done a great job. You've really shown how good of a player you are, making 2 finals back to back. So, whether it's me or Darkblade who go up against you in the finals, it's not going to be any walk in the park. So, maybe I will see you again in play tomorrow. Otherwise, I will be commentating. So,
Yeah,
looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I agree. I think whatever happens, we're going to have some extremely good games. And my goal anytime going into a finals is to take it to a game 5. If I'm not, if it's, that's my one desire, because that means that it was good and well played by both players in order to make it to game 5. So, that's my goal, even if I don't win.
Yep. Great goal. We'll see what happens tomorrow.
Sounds good.
All right, Chad. Thanks for joining, and good luck tomorrow.
Sounds good. Thanks. And thanks to all of you. Bye.
Yep. See you there.
All right, guys, and that's going to do it. Before we wrap up, again, I want to thank Restoration Games for sponsoring these events, and it's really grown into something incredible. I'm very happy to be a part of it, and the whole community in general, and everybody's super supportive and just super cool with everything. So I hope we can continue to keep these up and continue growing as a community, because it's just really something special. So thank you, Restoration, for everything. Thanks to the Vorpal guys for giving us a great platform to showcase all these top-notch plays on. It just looks really nice for the stream, and it works out really well for us. So thank you. Thanks to all the players who've participated in the event thus far. And, these wouldn't be anything without the players. So we need you guys to keep coming back and playing in more events and hopefully get more and more people into it. As you saw, Caesar, he's a relatively new player himself, and he's come a long way. So you can definitely jump in and give it a shot, and you can make your way to the top if that's something you desire. So I'd highly encourage anybody to jump in. And, thank you to you, Ethan, Ben, Zahn. Thank you for commentating with me. This would be incredibly difficult to do solo, of course, near impossible. So I love having a great commentary team backing me up. So
thank you for having us.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, always a pleasure. It's always fun to watch high level Unmatched without the pressure of having to participate in the game. So yeah, it's a win-win for me.
That's right. Yep. So thank you guys for joining, and thank you to all the viewers watching. It's just really fun to put on such a spectacle, if you will, for all of you. And I hope everybody enjoyed it. And as long as we keep getting good response, we'll keep trying to improve these and make them even better for the future. So thanks to everybody involved with everything. And I guess, Ethan, before we sign off, are there any last words you want to say?
Yeah. Traditional, shout out to Restoration and everything like that. Shout out to the TOs. Big shout out to production, powering through the technical difficulties, making sure our production value is just always top tier. But like Caesar mentioned before, I think the biggest shout out is the community, just people being so inviting, and the members that we have in it that enable us to have, a competitive yet willing to discuss, the meta and everything like that. People aren't, hiding their top secret strats like that. People are willing to divulge information and learn and grow together. So yeah, I mean, everything that we have going for us is great. So just happy to be a part of it.
Yep, definitely. Also got a shout out to your Twitch channel, Freak.
Oh yeah, so if you want to catch me on Twitch, it's twitch.tv /that_freak_.
Again,
I usually go live, and you can see it on the sidebar in Restoration's Discord. So if you're ever just looking for some content, just take a look over on the sidebar of the Discord channel and look for the purple bubble.
Yep. So once again, that_freak_. Check them out on Twitch, guys. It's really fun to watch. Just hang out and watch some games. So, yeah. All right, Ben. How about you? Any last words you want to say?
No. Just good luck to any of the quarterfinalists and finalists that still have to play their games. It was great being a part of the tournament. It was great, commentating this, and it's great that so many people are able to support this and make this happen.
Yeah, I would agree. And also, we got to shout out your Twitch channel as well. You stream too, right?
Yep, twitch.tv/Feebleblobber. It's just sporadic. Occasionally, I'll just be done work and feel like streaming. No schedule, nothing fancy. So, if you want low production value jank, go there.
Hey, man, sometimes that's what people are in the mood for, So, yeah, more Unmatched is always good Unmatched. So, all right, check them out on Twitch, everybody. That's twitch.tv/Feebleblobber. You can see it on the screen there. It should also be in the chat. So check them out. And then Zahn, I'll pass it to you. Any last words for the stream?
Yep. Probably just like I say, I'll most likely be moving on from competitive Unmatched in the future, or at least for the long tournaments anyway. But if there's shorter formats, then I think I'll jump back in. Mainly I want to move towards helping other people in the community, going from casual to competitive Unmatched, because that's where I really find that's a lot of fun, and it's always fun to see helping other people. So and we don't really have one problem that many people have for Unmatched is they look at this game and they think that, hey, it's just you just play what you draw, it doesn't have much strategic depth. But my goal is to hopefully open up Sojourne's dojo in the future, encouraging people and showing them hey, Unmatched doesn't have to be played in this way. Can move to competitive Unmatched and yet still have the same fun or just experience a side of Unmatched that you haven't don't really know. Don't really know what form it will take yet, but just keeping options open at this point in time.
Yeah, it's a very cool idea. I think everybody would love to see it. I mean, for anybody who's unfamiliar, Zahn, otherwise known as Sojourne on the Discord, I mean, he's a very, very good player, top level for sure. He made it to the top 8 this tournament. He just got knocked out by actually Caesar in the quarterfinals. So the apprentice, beat the master this time, but he also made top 4 and only lost out to me in the Summer of Legends semifinals. So he's proven himself time and time again. So anybody who's looking to improve at Unmatched and get into the competitive scene, I definitely would, look out for whatever he's cooking up here with Sojo's Dojo.
Yeah,
I love the
highly
name
anticipating
too.
that myself. Yeah, awesome name, awesome concept. I'm all for the idea of just creating that funnel to kind of make a way for people to kind of dip their feet in the water as far as competitive play goes, and just encouraging people to kind of break outside of their comfort zone and maybe take a stab at it. So yeah, I'm all for that. Looking forward to it.
Yep, it'd be very cool. And also, let's shout out Zahn, your YouTube channel.
Alright, it's called Unmatched After Action Reports. It's kind of taking a hiatus for now, but it's started this whole journey. For me, it's so what I like about Unmatched is not just playing Unmatched, but also analyzing it, finding out the critical moments in play and actually learning from it. So I do have this channel, just look for Unmatched After Action Reports on YouTube. That's where, Ben was like saying, hey, his Twitch is extremely low production jank. Well, my After Actions reports are even lower production, but it's all just focused on identifying moments in play like, hey, I think I did something wrong there. Perhaps I could have done something better here. So yeah, check this out. Check that out if you want to look at least how I analyze my own play.
Yeah, definitely check it out. Again, that's Unmatched After Action Reports on YouTube, and he does a great job breaking down all of the key moments in games and the thought process that goes behind them, because it's really, this game has a lot of depth that you don't see on the surface. So getting a behind-the-scenes peek at that is really something great. So definitely go check it out. So that's going to wrap it up for semifinals number 1. If you like what you saw, I guess from my commentary, I do stream as well. It's just twitch.tv/ZeroSkater12. I have a YouTube channel as well. It's just ZeroSkater12 on YouTube. So I like to post my gameplay from like my tournament matches, as well as some other deck reviews and strategy stuff. So I try to post pretty regularly, but it's a lot of work between this, doing the YouTube, doing the streaming, and then being a player in like an event like this and organizing it. So, I get videos up pretty regularly, though. I try. So check it out on YouTube and on Twitch if you like. And that's going to wrap it up for the first one. So we're going to find out at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. So that's 3 p.m. Central. It's in about 2.5 hours. We will be starting up the second semifinal, which is going to be myself versus Darkblade. And Darkblade's a really good player. He performed really well in Summer of Legends, just barely missed out on the top 8. But now he has crept into the top 8 and won his quarterfinal to bring him to the semifinals. So he's going to be a tough opponent. And I'm sure we're going to have some great games. And we're going to have some new faces, yet familiar faces, for commentary. So really looking forward to that. And I hope you all will come back again in about 2.5 hours to check that one out, because we have more Unmatched action for the weekend. This is just the beginning. Let's go. So hope to see you all back for that. And until then, take care.